Hey, you guys, I just wanted to update you on this video. If you've been watching this series closely, this battle is an important battle, and I try to make sure that I get the entire scene for you guys. However, me and the Unbroken were playing, and I was attempting to stream and record this battle. However, we ran into some difficulties with my internet, and I was trying to record the entire battle. Every maybe minute or two, my internet would drop out, and I'd have to wait maybe upwards of 5 minutes for my internet to restore. And we did this for 2 hours, so we didn't get very far into the battle, but all of that footage, it would take a lot of editing and cutting, and it would feel super sudden, and I don't think it would look very good for you guys. I don't think it would be easy to follow along. Because we were like changing things after every cut and after every time my internet dropped. So just know you haven't missed much. The battle begins, and Cephas has a word with his group. They throw some insults back at each other before starting this battle. So I'm so very sorry that you guys missed maybe the first couple rounds of battle, but you didn't miss the most important and most fun part. So I'm going to leave the rest of that to this. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel and watching these series. And as always, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Let's get to the battle. Anyway, let's dive back in. So you guys might have to remind me a little bit, because I know we did end in the middle of a battle, but I know that there's this crazy spell kind of popping off in the middle of the map that I believe Rand casted.
Yeah, Rand, yeah.
And then I know Cephas is currently engaging in a battle with Frederick. Leaf, you kind of have some of your own issues right there with some more of just of the Warforged soldiers. Corrin as well, being kind of in hand-to-hand combat, which isn't his forte. Sunny is hiding behind a tree, trying to stay at range, but also maybe slip in, deal some damage, and slip back out. Rand is kind of in the back, casting spells, keeping the party alive. And then Bass is engaging in combat with this this half red dragon creature. Seems to be one of the maybe captains or leaders of this troop. You guys have done a considerable amount of damage to the attackers already, and so with that, looks like the last person, or the next person, was Corrin that I'm showing on your turn. So we'll just get started right there. Corrin, what would you like to do here?
All right, I'm gonna just look around. I try to get away from everybody, but people had followed me, so I couldn't do what I was gonna do. So I look around. I look to the soldiers. You guys don't, and I'm just gonna say to them, you guys don't have any idea what's on the other side of your walls. You don't understand the death that is coming to you. I hope you're around to see it. And then I'm just going to cast on myself mirror image.
Okay.
I can put it in chat if I need to.
Yeah, go for it. My chat is way... There we go. All right. All right, so how does this? What does this look like to you, Corrin?
So basically, like as soon as I do this with my hands, they go out to either side. Just two other spectral versions of me, black. Like they come in like the black and green energy comes up from the ground, and it creates a perfect copy of me on either side. And we're both just like we're all looking around, and just like anytime I make movement, they make movement, so they can't tell who's who.
Awesome.
And I believe it's 3 duplicates.
3 duplicates.
Sorry for my voice. Yeah, I think so. 3 illusionary duplicates appear in my space.
Okay.
And sorry, my voice. I've been super sick. My whole family's super sick. I had the flu. Yeah, it's really bad. So my voice sounds bad. I'm finally feeling better, but my voice is.
You sound great, buddy. You sound great. Sound great. You look great. You play great. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
All right. I think I'm gonna try to see. I'm just gonna try to hang out here right now until hopefully somebody can take one of these guys out, so I can try to move out of the way. Because if anywhere I move, I think I take 2 attacks opportunity. So
yeah,
I'm gonna just hang out here.
Okay.
Hope for the best.
All right. Yeah, you guys see that these 3 duplicates of Corrin seem to appear right in his space. Super cool. Some of you, while knowing Corrin for so long, just kind of know his movement and stuff. But even for you guys, it's a little difficult to see which one is the real Corrin. But continuing to focus on the battle, it is now down to this mage. Now, remind me, does this spell affect someone on their turn, at the beginning of their turn, or the end?
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me about Dawn?
Yes. Sorry, I should have been more clear.
You are fine because
Yeah, she chats, Rob.
You can't
remember. I'm in Nat's stream and someone's saying something.
Are
so I was
you?
messing around
Hey,
with our chat.
Kyle, are you
Ryan
struggling to
tries
see
down to use
chats
specific range till spell
in my
ends,
Twitch
a
chat?
30-foot radius, 40-foot
or
high
like on my
cylinder,
screen?
sunlight.
I don't have them up on my actual screen right now.
Make it whenever a creature must also make its a saving throw whenever it ends its turn in the cylinder.
Ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
On a fail, yeah. Each creature must. It's a Constitution saving throw. They take 4d10 radiant damage on a failed save, and half as much damage on a successful one. So anytime that they end up, their turn ends, and they are within Dawn, they will take 4d10 radiant damage unless they succeed, and then they'll take half.
Okay. Well, this mage then is going to expend his movement to there to get out of the circle. And let's see. He is going to. Let's see. Oh. Okay, he's going to fire a level 1 magic missile. One going to Frederick, Leaf, and Corrin. So nothing crazy. Oh, that's mage armor. Ignore that. So that one's going to Frederick, and then Leaf, then Corrin. Okay. So, Frederick, you take 4 points of force damage. As you are fighting, you feel a scrape right past your arm that causes you to bleed a little bit. And you notice this crystal that just flies right past your vision. Doesn't seem to bother you too much. Same for Leaf and Corn, just minor cuts that fly past you, failing to make a real impact into your body, into your skin, just getting minor cuts as it flies past you. That's all that mage is going to do on his turn.
So I had to roll 6 or higher for it to determine if it hits one of my duplicates.
Okay.
And so I rolled an 8. So instead of it going straight to me, it hits one of my duplicates, and the duplicate disappears.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, you guys watch as I think
it's an attack. I think it's automatic. I think I have to roll every time.
Yeah, it looks like it. Each time a creature targets you with an attack. So
now they're just 3 corns.
So all right. So you see as one of the corns almost dissipates and kind of just disperses in its spot. All right, and that's all that guy is going to do. Next up is going to be this bandit captain here. He's going to start moving in a bit close here around his guys. He's going to go ahead and move into that space. Let's see. He watches, he has this scimitar kind of running, this almost curved shaped blade that runs towards Leaf and Corrin. He's going to make one attack at Corrin, one attack at Leaf. This is the first attack towards Corrin, which I guess you'll have to roll your thing again. I don't know why. Oh, I rolled at disadvantage. It's supposed to be at normal. The normal would have been a natural 20.
I failed it, so it hits me.
All right, so you take.
I had rolled 8.
You take 5 plus. I'm just gonna roll this for a damage. Actually, I'll do. It was accidentally rolling at disadvantage. I'll do this. Yeah, you'll take another 6 damage because of the crit.
So was that 11 total?
6 plus 5.
Did you say
Yes.
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Leaf, you watch as he strikes Corn once, seeming to make purchase on the real Corn, and then he turns his gaze to you quickly swinging a scimitar. An 18 against your AC.
Yep, that hits.
You took 8 points of slashing as he connects with his scimitar. And that's going to be his turn. Next up is this Warforged. What was this blue? Was this like a cone of cold or something? Does anybody remember? This blue circle?
No, I cannot remember what the hell.
No, I think that could have just been one of us trying to figure out how to draw a circle.
It could be, because there's another little one up.
Because there's a little one above it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we were just trying to figure out. Maybe it was during the Ward of Dawn. We were trying to see how big to make it.
Yeah, I think we were trying to draw the dawn circle.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? It might have been that because we were because you were having connection issues, so we were trying to put it up while you were reconnecting last time.
Gotcha.
I think it's actually an orb of annihilation that I have control over.
Oh yeah.
I
didn't know monks had that.
That's crazy. I don't know either. It's wild.
Yeah, it's actually it's a cantrip that we have.
Oh,
Damn,
wow,
I need to be
a
a monk next
cantrip.
time.
That's
I thought
insane.
wizards. I got to be a monk.
All right, this Warforged is going to run up to Bass, running out of the zone, attempting to hit him now, disrespecting the 1v1. He's going to hit him with an arm blade, maybe? Oh,
With
geez.
these natural 20s.
So,
Check his dice.
so what? That's 13. Let me get the old calculator going. All right, you watch as Bass kind of winces in pain as he gets hit. The Warforged is going to make a second attack against him, and that one also hits. As parts of Bass, you see the metal scraping off of his body, chips in his armor. He seems to be holding himself up, though. That's all he's going to do now. The next one, where is he at? These guys way in the back here. They are just going to both, I believe, because, well, when he gets to that guy's turn, they're both going to just kind of run up to join this group here. Actually, he's going to stay on this side. And it seems like he's trying to arm some sort of ranged weapon. That guy's dead.
Which one is trying to arm some sort of ranged weapon?
It seems like their arms typically turn into swords. Looks like this guy's is turning into some sort of like light crossbow.
So he's literally arming a ranged weapon.
He is.
No.
Let's see.
Oh, jeez.
This guy is wounded. He's actually just gonna move kind of over here, kind of stand by the fountain and arm himself with another bow rather than sword. This bandit captain, man, oh man.
There's so many characters. I'm like,
I know.
I need to be up soon. I'm sure. No, I have.
No.
I think 15 people ahead of me.
That's
1, 2,
literally
3,
what I'm
4,
doing. I'm like, am I
5,
next? Where am
6,
I?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Like after you're done with your turn, it's like, all right, I'm
18,
gonna go take a nap. real quick,
19.
I'll be back.
Honestly, yeah. All right,
This
one
is
of
an
the
experiment on my skeletons or zombies.
One of the soldiers runs up to Sunny and is attempting to hit Sunny with an arm blade. Oh, that's a natural one. He misses, and Sunny kind of parries him off instantly. Kind of does a quick slide of foot movement, and is fast enough that that guy is just not going to get another attack. Next up, Corin, you have enemies all around you. as
Yep.
this guy now is attempting to strike you with an arm blade.
Yep.
15. Oh, that's right.
Hits me.
Okay. You took 4 slashing.
Okay.
And then striking at you once, he's going to try and attempt to hit you again.
Motherfucker.
Oh my gosh, a natural 20.
All right. That's fine because as he goes to try to slash down, and one of my duplicates steps in front of me and takes and just like steps in front and takes the hit instead. So now I'm down to 1 duplicate.
Okay. You watch as he was trying to like really hurt you with that, as he just like pierces right through your duplicate, confused as he looks at you.
Oh,
right.
hold on. I'm sorry. What is can I might need to retcon something real bad. That's my fault.
Okay. What's up?
I need to go back to that arcane missile. Oh no, an arcane missile just hits, right? Or magic missile just hits. Never mind.
Yeah, unless you like...
my thing does have AC. They have ACs as well. So if they get hit, they still have to beat the AC. So, but if magic missile just hits, then it just automatically disappears.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Next up, Corin. They're all around you. This guy on your right now is attempting to strike you.
Yep. Hits me.
4 damage. The second one comes in as he takes a step back.
Last duplicate gone.
Okay. You watch as it runs in front of you just in time to confuse him to where he thinks that the duplicate was you, strikes at it, but disperses before you. That's going to be his turn. Let's see. Next up. Jeez. All these dudes. This guy way up top here is now going to rush just past that mage, and we finally get to Leaf's turn.
Oh, good lord. Okay. Leaf is going to use her crystal dragon short sword.
Ooh.
Of the 2 guys that are like between me and Corin, which one's hurting more, or appears to be hurting more?
This guy has no visible wounds. All 3 of these guys, Corin's left, right, and in front of him, have seemed very badly wounded, as well as this guy. They were all damaged by the Dawn attack, I believe, previously. Okay. They are all looking... Those 4 are looking pretty bad. And the one by Sunny is looking pretty bad, too.
Oh god, there's somebody by Sunny. Okay. So actually, I'm gonna retract my previous statement. She's gonna throw... how many daggers do I have left? I have 8 daggers left. She's gonna throw 2 of them.
Dagger.
I can only do 2. Actually...
Dagger.
No, yeah, I can only do 2. Okay.
All right.
Please don't hit.
Which one?
My brother. The one by Sunny.
One by Sunny. That one misses, unfortunately. Natural 20. You watch
Do you know
as...
what that means?
I know what that means.
Do you want me to go ahead and roll it, or is he about to die?
He will die.
Okay.
What does that mean?
That means I get double sneak attack too.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought like some kind of crazy effect was going to happen. Like there's going to be shadow smoke coming off of the blade as it pierces him as he falls to the ground, and his body's dried to a husk as you get new vitality or something, and all of us just kind of turn and look at you like, when did that happen?
Not quite.
Not quite yet.
But that would be 8d6 sneak attack.
Yeah, that's nasty. You definitely kill that guy as the dagger flies with almost instantaneous speed as it reaches. Sunny was just about to stab before it just kind of falls right before him. He gives you a slight look of appreciation before you make your next attack, or well, I guess that was your second attack. What else would you like to do?
I think that's all that I can do. If I move, I'm getting hit, so.
Okay. All right, then it's this guy inside of the Dawn. He realizes that the next wave of Dawn is coming, and he's not going to get out in time. Frederick, you watch as he's chasing after you. However, as the Dawn begins to overtake at the end of his turn, he is completely obliterated into kind of like a ash before you, as you're quickly moving using, I think, your rope dart as well as just your hands and things like that. You see him coming and you're getting ready, and as you turn, he just turns to ash, so you just kind of continue your movement back around in a circle to continue your fight against Cephas. That's how low they are, by the way. Next up is the Warforged in the left, kind of top left corner here. He is going to assist kind of his friend over here and kind of hang out, trying to maybe come up with a game plan. Next is this guy back here who was also hurt previously. He is going to run just up to that corner of that fountain there. And then we get down to Bass. Let's see. Let's see what we can do with Bass.
You got that big boy to worry about, right?
He's got that what?
Is that the big guy and the one that?
Yeah,
Stronger
yeah.
than
He's
these
got
guys?
he's got a big guy with him. Let's see. Does he have double? Does he have 2 attacks? It's been a minute since I looked at his sheet. Okay. Being right in front of him, you watch as yeah. You watch as Bass pulls a flail at his side with a peculiar ruby that shines bright. I don't believe you guys have seen this before. But he pulls it out and he holds it and he's attempting to strike He's going to try and strike the wounded one to just kind of keep it down to a 1v1 here. Oh, unfortunately he misses though. Not used to melee combat, or haven't had to fight in this condition for a while. Bass just misses. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah. Then I believe that's gonna be Bass's turn. Okay, that's Bass's turn. Unable to eliminate that guy. Frederick, right before your turn, as you guys are fighting, the nearby sounds of 2 dragons fighting in combat just seemingly maybe right outside of the gates here. If you remember, the maybe undead-like, or rather just bone-looking dragon has engaged in combat with the dragon that all of you had seen previously. The more metallic-looking that charges up from its tail in kind of a red color. You watch now as over the skies, everybody almost for a moment, the battle almost like pauses as everybody kind of sees these dragons now flailing in the sky. And as they are, you watch as the metallic dragon almost shoots like a laser beam towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon just ducks underneath the attack and shoots this green blackened energy back at the metallic dragon that seems to pierce straight through the torso of this metallic dragon. As it does, there are almost half roars that come from this metallic dragon as the smoke begins to pour out from this gaping massive hole in its what would be maybe this heart region. As it does, it begins to struggle to even stay afloat, and as it begins to slowly descend, it starts to just descend over the castle, just maybe skipping some of the stonework, and you hear almost like an earthquake as this dragon hits the ground. All of you for a minute almost have to gather your steps, and even some of the fighting that had once that had just been happening has almost slowed, and almost all of you recognize for a moment that is bad. That is bad. And at this point, as the battle continues, your enemies kind of look at you for a moment with just gritted teeth, like they're ready to continue, but not before you see the giant bone dragon now. It's seemingly almost flying around this courtyard, looking damaged, maybe not weak, but damaged. And then you watch as it almost descends fast onto the side of the castle wall, crushing and destroying part of the wall itself. And as it does, all of you see on the right, kind of behind, luckily for you guys, behind your enemy, this massive bone dragon who has now joined the fray of battle. As it stands tall, it kind of sits there, and maybe what one normal dragon would normally do, it kind of shakes itself up, kind of looks, and kind of just almost growls. You don't really know where this growl's coming from, being that it's mostly bone, but it's there, and it looks at the enemies. It's going to take a legendary action.
All right, nice knowing you all. See you in the next campaign.
As it does, everybody begins to recognize that this is a very big threat. It's going to take a legendary action to move up to here. You watch as it just walks. These giant ground-shaking footsteps. As it does, it moves up to that Warforged soldier. And you see, as he arm blades quickly, almost fear comes over this guy. And this bone dragon is going to, let's see, it's gonna hit, dealing 17 points of damage to this Warforged soldier. You watch as a giant bite kind of gets taken out of it. It's gonna make one more attack. Oh yeah. This time, going in for a full chomp, that Warforged almost seemingly gets crushed beneath the teeth, and then thrown about on the field, landing kind of actually over here-ish after being killed. That's going to be the legendary Bone Dragon's turn. I'm going to go ahead and add it to the turn list and roll its initiative. Okay.
So does it come in on this turn?
Yeah, this beginning of this round.
So does it of the next round, or is this the beginning of another round of combat?
This is the beginning of another round, starting with Frederick. And so it used a legendary action to go ahead and get started on showing you how dangerous it is. Frederick, your turn. You just saw this thing land and is causing chaos now.
So, correction. I would have seen it if I didn't turn around and get basically smoke screen with ash from a person who was just alive. So I turn around and I just get all this ash in my face, like, this is in my mouth. I got it in my mouth. And I'm like turn around, completely missed the giant bone dragon that just land, as I now can't see. But I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna like see Cephas, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep trying to attack him.
Okay.
I'll notice the dragon at some point, but I definitely don't see it now.
So you just feel like this just crazy earthquake-like feeling, but you're just like, that's just the battle.
Yeah, this shit's crazy. Let's do.
Hello there.
I gotta remember what my character could do. Wait. That's right. Okay. We're gonna do.
Who are we? What is real?
Yeah. Who am I? What is this? What are we playing? It's 14 to hit. Cephas.
All right. Believe that is a miss.
Okay. do it again. That's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
Yes. So it's 8 points of piercing damage. I'm also. Hold on. I need to see. Where is my stunning strike? There it is. Spend 1 key point. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a key point for stunning strike. So that one hit him. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw. I need to pull up my
Oh, he rolled an 11.
11. I want to say he failed.
He blunders.
Let me. All right, I gotta pull up my other character sheet that has all of my saving throw stuff on it.
All good.
Strike. DC 14, so he failed. And I'll put it in here. So he is stunned until the end of my next turn.
Awesome.
And I'm going to do 2 more attacks using another key point for flurry of blows.
Do it to him.
That's 27 hit for 10 points piercing damage.
That hits.
And then 10, so that doesn't hit.
That's right.
A total of 18 damage.
Okay.
And he's stunned.
All right. You watch as you make these attacks. You can even see, like, in his eyes through this thick helmet that he's wearing, that he's just kind of like he's dazed and stunned, and he's just like, you can even see his movement is just slowed for a moment as that attack kind of knocked some sense out of him for just a moment, trying to recover his awareness. He's going to miss his turn. Is that it, Frederick?
Oh, and then I instantly look over and see behind to my left that there's a giant bone dragon. I'm like, oh, where the fuck did this come from? I'm like looking at everybody else, like seeing if anybody else sees this thing or if I'm just going crazy. I think I glare at how did I forget? Yeah, I glare at Corin for half a second. Like, I bet he did this.
It looks like it could be maybe from something of
like
Corin.
Maybe the dragon's like our friend.
All right.
The dragon's an ally. Good job, Corin.
All right, Sunny
Is
now.
that an ally?
Sunny is going to he's gonna join Leaf in the fray there, just there, to try and help. He's gonna attempt to hit this guy here. Watch as he's attempting to go for like a sneak attack move, using his pulls out this small short sword, which I don't know why it's giving me advantage, but that definitely hits. So with sneak, he does 15 points of damage. You watch as Leaf, you're trying to help Corin, and your focus is on him. And there's one that there's an enemy kind of behind you, and you hear footsteps. You don't know who it is at first, so you quickly turn with the dagger to see that Sunny has just pierced a soldier with his short sword. Then let's see. He's going to bonus action disengage from combat. He's going to run back to this little tree to kind of keep himself out of harm's reach and not have to worry about attacks of opportunity. Next up is Cephas, who can't do anything because he's stunned. Yeah, that's right. And now it is the magnificent bone dragon who, with earth-shattering steps, moves forward to this point here, and is going to attack this poor guy here. Or actually, he's going to use an ability called Frightful Presence. So everybody within 120 feet of him,
God.
which I believe is everybody.
All of us.
You all need to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh God.
20. Dirty 20.
Bye, guys.
I'll roll for Bass.
If we have a check mark, does that mean we have advantage?
No, that means you have like proficiency.
Proficiency.
Yeah, I think it just gives you.
Why did that roll an advantage? Sorry. That shouldn't have.
It's okay. You can take that first one.
First one's natural 20, so good job.
Okay. So, this scream with almost this effect kind of comes over the dragon as it roars about the battlefield. Corin and Ran, you almost for a minute just hear the ferocity of this dragon, but you maintain your composure. The rest of you, including Bass, are all now frightened of this dragon. The roar itself, it's almost put this fear inside of you that there's what are we going to do? This is not good. This is bleak. There's so many people. Now we have to fight a dragon, and the roar itself almost makes you want to stay away from the dragon at all costs. You are considered frightened for 1 minute. As for the rest of the enemies, let's see.
Does that mean that we now have to run as far away from it as we can? I can't remember how frightened works.
I think you can't advance.
You can't advance toward it.
Right.
I think.
You can
Right,
continue
and
to
your
fight.
Attacks are at disadvantage.
Believe so. I'll double check because I always forget frightened. I think I get it mixed up somehow.
Attacks have disadvantage, and you can't move any closer to that target.
Yeah, while the source of your fear is within sight, you've got disadvantage. Same with ability checks.
Yes.
So you can still fight, but you're constantly worried about that bone dragon.
And I think you can save at the end of your turn, right?
You can. Every at the end of every turn, you can attempt to resave against it. That was a roll for Cephas, who succeeds on the roar. You see many other creatures, or many other of your enemies have become frightened. Let's see. Let me roll for the guy fighting Bass, who also succeeds. You watch now as let me go ahead and mark all of your frightened enemies, so that way we all kind of know.
Oh, thank God. Maybe they'll leave.
The blue marker represents frightened. Okay. I think only a couple. This guy would have as well. Boom. Yeah. Okay.
So I should be frightened as well because I only rolled a 6.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So you're frightened.
I mean,
Boom.
unless 6 passes. And
I didn't. I didn't roll for Sunny either. Let me do that really quick. I rolled at advantage, but he fails. Okay. That's all that he's gonna do on his turn. Next up is that guy's dead. It's gonna be the guy fighting Bass now, who is not frightened. I believe Bass was frightened. Yeah. He's gonna attempt to oop, wrong character sheet. There we go. He's gonna attempt to. If you guys remember, he was holding this long sword. He's holding it with 2 hands, and you watch as he tries to make a big swing on Bass, which misses. And he is going to take one more swing, which misses twice as this combat between them continues. All right, next you see this mage here, frightened of the dragon, begins to run, but kind of towards the area that the wall has fallen apart. For some of you, you immediately think that's a vulnerable place now. All those zombies and undead creatures have a way in if they don't break in through the door previously. This mage here,
Oh, awesome.
it runs up this way.
I feel like we're meant to run away.
Nah,
Just a
what?
thought.
And is going to attempt to cast a firebolt on the bone dragon. However, he's at disadvantage. So let's see what happens. Yeah, he misses. He's too scared. The firebolt, you watch as it just flies over, completely missing. Next. How long does this Word of Dawn stay up? 1 minute? 10 minutes?
1 minute.
Okay.
I was just about to ask, is this round
I believe this is round
3 or 4, right?
Yeah, of this battle. I think we only got through like maybe a couple rounds of
I think this
with
is
my internet
I think
problem.
I think this is 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine if we call it 4
Yeah.
because I honestly cannot remember, but I know I was being cognizant of turn counter for that one.
We'll call it 4. This guy's at a disadvantage against the bone dragon. 17 misses as the firebolt actually strikes the wing of the bone dragon. However, it seems like it took no effect to it. Rather, it didn't feel like, at least from what you guys saw, nothing seemed to really happen. Either it just didn't feel it, or I don't know. But this thing is very strong. Next up. All right, Corin. This guy now looking at you, then looking at the bone dragon, doesn't exactly know what to do. Out of fear, he's just gonna swing at you.
Perfect.
Looking down, that leaf is kind of in his way, and he's afraid to go in the dawn. He now finds himself trapped between enemies, where he didn't think he would be previously. At disadvantage, is gonna try and hit you.
Come on.
13.
13's my AC.
Okay, so he does just hit you. For 5.
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hitting you, he's gonna try and hit you once more. That time I rolled an 8.
After getting hit the first time, I see the second swing coming, and I just like duck underneath the blade as it like swings past me.
All right. Ran. You see the battle before you. As you stand back, you see pretty much everything before you. You see your friends, some of your friends shook with fear. You see most of the enemy shook with fear. A giant bone dragon. What is your move?
That is a good question. Is
Do it.
this... Okay. Rand kind of looks around and is panicked, and then sees the walls, looks at the dragon, and you just see him take a deep breath and just begins to walk. He's just going to start walking. This is Sunny right here, just north of him, right? I thought Sunny had moved up to where
He
Lee
disengaged.
was.
He did.
Oh, he came back.
Yeah.
Okay. Rand's just gonna start walking north. To probably right about here.
Okay.
Can I move him? And as he does, you just see him put up his hand, and Dawn just begins to move. And Dawn is going to relocate. Let me turn this back on because I had it turned off. Dawn is going to move, and I believe can I move it 60 feet? Sorry, just 1 second, guys.
This could be crazy.
Also, Nat, I think you're the people that you let go. They need to roll for their frightened.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And Dawn's just going to move in this general direction, and
Okay, just right
I'm
on
gonna
top
set.
of him?
I'm setting it right on top of the dragon. And once it stops, he'll curl his hand up, and his hand will glow. And I'm gonna do a guiding bolt at level 4.
Okay.
Um,
26 hits for
30
30.
damage. All of that is radiant, if that makes a difference.
Okay. You guys watch, for some of you who may be watching, the dawn, kind of the area that is almost radiating itself, kind of glowing slightly before pulsing with light, that to anybody who stays in it at the end of their turn, moves to almost encompass some of you. And as it does, Ram begins to take a few steps forward and takes a moment to bow his head before charging up this energy in his hands, that almost this bolt of like lightning basically shoots across the field, and you watch as it actually breaks a few bones off of the actual bone dragon, dealing 30 points of damage. And now this bone dragon, I believe, is glowing from the attack, making it easier to hit.
Does it look like it did more damage than what it normally would?
No.
Rand's
Okay.
going to stay just on the edge of Dawn, so like he's not in Dawn,
Okay.
if that makes sense. And he's going to yell to everybody, "Get out now!" And that's going to be his turn.
Okay. Okay. Next up is the Warforged. I was rolling for the frightened guys, who all have to roll it. I believe it's at disadvantage, and they all failed. So I'll double check though.
Mr.
Yeah, I think
sir,
it's-
quick question.
Yes.
Cephas is stunned until the start of his next turn, right?
And I think it's glitchies.
End of Frederick's turn, I
Yeah,
believe.
Okay.
Right? The
So-
end of
so-
your next turn?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Unless he does it again.
All right.
Is that Cephas here? Why is it not?
Right here.
Yeah.
That's him right there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. There's the bastard.
All right. This Warforged soldier by Bass, out of fear, is going to attempt to continue fighting him. Both attacks missing Bass. Next up. All right. The captain here, who originally hit you before, he's one of the ones that was not affected by Frightened, unfortunately. Again, he's going to take a swing at Corin and Leaf with his scimitar. First one's Corin, and the second one is for Leaf.
Misses.
7 more to
Oh,
Corin.
Oh damn! No, sorry, I didn't even see that. It only popped up the second one for a second. Okay.
And then a natural 1 to Leaf. Leaf, you watch as he swings at you and misses. He actually drops his weapon, falls to the ground, and it's at a place where if he reaches for it, you would get you'd get a massive attack on him. So he's now looking to maybe use a dagger or something next turn. All right, next the
Oh,
oh yeah, Dawn.
roll the damage.
Yeah, so he stays in there. So he'll take some damage from Dawn.
Needs to roll a save.
Okay. What was it? Constitution?
Constitution.
Okay. Ooh, that's a nasty 7.
4d10.
4d10. That hurts him. As the light pulses and he takes damage. He takes 27 points of damage. You can see that hurt him. He was not ready for that. Kind of forgetting that Dawn was in his spot, he takes that damage, and it almost like electrocutes him for a second, but he holds on strong. He's still got some life left in him. Next, this mage here, staying back. This mage realizes that they've got to focus on the bigger threat that it feels like is on the field. It is going to it's gonna shoot a firebolt at it, and he is not frightened. Misses. Fires his firebolt and just is not able to hit the target. Corin, it's your turn.
Just kind of shielding my eyes. As soon as the dawn appeared inside, I'm gonna look around, see that I'm kind of surrounded. So that I can still, hopefully, I can move through the enemies. I'm gonna use my action to disengage.
Okay.
So I can't get opportunity attacks.
Correcto.
And I'm gonna move. Here, it's like, I believe that's, I got to move through that, so I think that's 10, right? That would be 10. Okay. 15, 20, 25, and 30, I believe. I have 30 speed. Yeah. I'm going to try to move right behind that tree if I can. Like in the tree if you allow it. Or okay. Like here, or if this is like all like brush and stuff like that, I want to kind of be in the tree to kind of dodge.
Okay.
To kind of hopefully take some cover.
Gotcha.
But as he's doing that, you see Corin's like kind of breathing heavy, and he's like, "We got Sunny. Are we going, or what are we doing? We need to figure this out." And then I'm just gonna go.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. That guy is dead. Where's this guy? Okay, you see this guy here, who is unfrightened. He is going to get right to the edge of Dawn, right there, and he's gonna shoot an arrow at the bone dragon. Let's see. Or rather, I guess a javelin out of his arm. Should have been at normal, not disadvantage. An 18, as he fires it, it scrapes off the side of the bone dragon. 18 misses on the bone dragon. He stands there kind of like amazed at that, and doesn't know what to do, so he stays there. Next up is this guy over here. Unable to willingly move closer, he kind of moves just to here, kind of further away from the bone dragon. Nothing he can do. That's his turn. Now this guy, frightened of the bone dragon, he is, however, going to run down, not able to get around Ran. Ran, he is with disadvantage going to attempt to hit you, realizing he probably doesn't have much time left. Does 8 hit you?
No, 8 does not hit me.
It takes a second swing with a 7, which will obviously miss. You could just see the fear in him, constantly looking behind him, trying to fight you. It's keeping him from fighting with all attention. He stays there, not able to get out in time. The Dawn. Well, he's got to roll. Does he take half damage if he fails?
If he's successful with his save, he takes half damage.
Okay. Well, with his current health, even half damage would obliterate him. And so right before your eyes, after he swings, you see the Dawn takes over, and he perishes. Next is this one, who...
I'm so far down the initiative list.
This one who runs up to his friend and is going to attempt to hit you, Leaf. Runs, I guess, within line of his friend. 13 to hit.
Nope.
Second attack. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Takes 6 slashing. As you can see, he's desperate, he's afraid, but he seems to land a hit. As you are feeling maybe some of those same feelings. Guy next to Sunny is dead. This guy here, afraid, he's gonna run this way.
Wait, did the guy before Leaf get out of the circle or no? The one who just attacked Leaf?
Oh,
Ooh, yeah.
yeah, he would have perished instantly.
Sorry, not trying to be that guy. I'm just double checking.
No. I'm glad.
Be that guy.
Leaf, it's your turn.
Get the fuck out of there, Leaf.
Bonus action disengage.
Okay.
I'm not taking that opportunity attack. Going right there. So I know that the fear gives me disadvantage on all attacks, right?
Yes.
So because he is flanked and also stunned, would the double advantage give me advantage again?
You don't get double advantage.
I think it's just a flat roll. Would it be? Does it cancel each other out?
I was trying, guys. I was trying.
An advantage on a disadvantage would cancel out, but yeah.
So it'd just be a straight roll, right?
With my dragon sword on Cephas.
Okay. Cephas.
How injured is Cephas? How does he look?
Oh, he's definitely hurt. You can see his armor is like chipped and some of it's cracked and broken, and you can hear him breathing, like huffing and puffing. He's not at death's door, but he has taken some substantial blows from Frederick. An 18 will hit him.
Okay. And because he is within 5 feet of Frederick, I also get sneak attack.
That is correcto.
He might be on death's door after this.
And I'm going to use one of the charges on the sword to heal myself 10.
Okay. Haven't got to do that yet, so that's cool.
I haven't. This is like the first time I've gotten to actually use the sword.
Yeah. So cool thing about the sword is, for some of you, and Frederick, you actually might notice this as she swings it. It's almost like when you swing a weapon, you hear the air kind of cut. You hear the swing cut through the air, but there's almost like a very quick, not roar, but rather just kind of like a stinging, almost like in the air. It's hard to explain, but to you almost notice it as she attacks Cephas, and it sounds really cool to you. You see that the scales that kind of form the blade, they shine off of the sky. It looks really cool as you use this weapon that then cuts deeply into Cephas.
So he takes a total of like 25?
Yeah. 18 and 14. I already got it added up, but 32 actually.
It should.
I'm sorry,
10.
10.
What I rolled to hit. Yeah.
24 or 25.
Yeah, it's 10 radiant, 1 piercing, 14 sneak.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. But yes, he takes that, and you can see that kind of hurt him. It's almost like he attempts to say something, but he just keeps his mouth shut as he's focusing on himself. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Leaf?
I think that's pretty much my turn. The only other thing I have is movement, and I'm not using it.
Okay. Next is this Warforged, who's right at the legs of the Bone Dragon, really unable to get any closer. He's just gonna take a swing. Not that he could get closer, but since he's just right there, he's gonna attempt to strike the Bone Dragon. Missing both times. With fear in his eyes, gonna attempt to run away. However, the Bone Dragon will take his attack of opportunity as it's running. He's attempting to hit it with his tail. You see this sharpened bone just kind of cuts through, nearly cutting this man, or not, rather this Warforged soldier in half before he can actually get anywhere, killing him. Next, this Warforged. He's gonna come to there, and that's all he's gonna be able to do. Then it's Bass's turn. Bass is frightened, but he is going to attempt to strike that Warforged once again. However, at disadvantage this time. Misses. As he strikes, he almost feels good about it, but misses. It's top of the new round, Frederick.
So, I am very, very happy that you didn't kill Cephas, even though I want him dead. Ran ended up opening a beautiful moment, and I looked up a few things. I'm going to move right here.
Okay.
I'm going to use my first attack action to shove him into the Dawn. And since he's stunned, he automatically fails all strength checks. So he immediately is just pushed into the Dawn. I'm going to move up in front of him after he moves into the Dawn.
Okay. How far does he get shoved? Just 5 feet, or?
5 feet. So he just moves 1 square up.
Okay.
He's just on that dead body now.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna move up in front of him, and I'm gonna use my second attack to use my my dagger, my rope dart.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Does he go prone when he gets shoved? I actually haven't.
No, I have a choice of either pushing him to prone or pushing him 5 feet away.
Got it.
So it's first one, and everything is with advantage, but that's a nat 20, so...
Okay. Okay.
As he's stunned, any attack is with advantage, but that obviously can't get more advantage than that.
Mm-hmm. So I believe we said max damage for the attack, then plus the roll.
Yes.
The first roll. So 7.
Not only did that actually hit him, I'm gonna do another stunning strike on him, so he has to make another Constitution saving throw.
How much damage did you just do, by the way? With the rope dart.
It says
It's 2d6.
So 12 plus 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 19 right now.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Constitution, or?
Yeah, Constitution saving throw. DC of 14.
Fails.
Awesome, so now he's stunned again. And I'm going to use my stunning, or my flurry of blows, which is my last and final key point, to do 2 more attacks with my rope dart.
Okay.
And both with advantage.
Both hit. How do you want to do this?
Yes, I was hoping for this. So, I even thought about this. I push him into the Dawn, but as he's flying backwards, I take my rope dart, I swing it, it wraps around his neck, and I pull him back down and basically knee him in the face. Like pulling his face down into my knee and just crushing his face. And he basically flies back into the Dawn and just turns to ash.
Okay. All right. As this scene happens, you watch as Frederick pulls out everything he can, a push that leads to Cephas almost falling down. As he does, he's almost worried about the Dawn. And as he gets pushed back, he's attempting to kind of maybe figure out a way to get back in, but before he can, he gets hit with a rope dart that deals quite a bit of damage. You could see that itself put him into a very weakened state. But before he could say or do anything, you attempt to get him on the rope dart once again, pulling it around his neck. You can hear him choking. He actually pulls his helmet off just to try and get a better airflow. As you look at him, the man who had once been by your side, who had once betrayed you and your group, well, not Frederick specifically, but
I don't know who this guy is.
He looks at you, Frederick, with you feel like hate in his eyes, and you knee him in the face once, twice, and then he just kind of falls back. And then as Dawn takes over, ash falls over him, and his weapon remains on the ground.
Cool.
You've killed Cephas.
I just want to say this. Thank you, Rand, so much for moving Dawn, because that was probably the coolest, for me at least, that was probably the coolest thing that I've ever gotten to do in D&D, and that felt so cool. Because I was like, wait, there's a shove action. So I was like doing a bunch of research, and I'm like, I can do all of this, and I might actually kill him.
Wild.
You're welcome. Glad to help.
Yes. But that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Sonny now next to Corin. He kind of looks at you. What are we doing?
Just stay out of that dawn. Don't stay in that circle.
Yeah, right. I'm not getting any
gotta
closer to that thing.
We got to get everybody out of here.
You watch as Sonny starts to kind of make his way this way and notices like Bass, and that Bass is struggling. He's gonna pull out this small short bow that he has equipped and attempt to fire an arrow to try and help out Bass at this guy, seeing that he's very weak. Oh, I don't think that. I think that's a miss. Yeah, that's a miss. He fires an arrow and it just kind of just past the guy. You can see Sonny's kind of upset, but takes a few more steps to his south here. That would be Cephas' turn, but he's dead. Now it's the Bone Dragon, who looks about the field. He is going to take a steps up to that Warforged. Let's see. He looks at the Warforged, and right in front of him, you begin to see kind of this energy that is now billowing up through his stomach, up through his mouth, and in a 60-foot line right in front of him, he is attempting to use a breath attack. I need that Warforged, Leaf, and Sunny.
It's fine. You're gonna roll. You're gonna save, and you'll use your uncanny.
I'm
whatever,
not worried
right?
about me.
Make a
He's fine
dexterity.
too. He's a rogue, right?
Take a dexterity saving throw. I'll roll. This will be for the Warforged.
I'm also going to use my reaction to use evasion.
Okay. And Leaf and Sunny, you're both frightened, which makes this a disadvantage check.
Okay, right?
I mean, either way, I only take half
Half
damage,
damage,
but
Sunny rolls a
Hopefully-
15. Let's see. Yeah, everybody fails. Resulting in 12d8 damage. $63 points of damage. That flies in this line of necrotic energy that almost splits the battlefield there. Frederick just like moves back. Rand, you also almost feel like this odd like heat, but this stinging energy almost that like hurts.
63?
Instantly killing this guy. And if you succeed, it would be half.
I used evasion, so I get half anyway.
Okay. Sunny is using evasion as well. So he's going to
Let's
take
go.
half.
Is he alive?
So half of 63. So you take 31 damage to Leaf and to Sunny. However, as Sunny just rolls and dodges, the damage actually catches his lower half, and you watch as he falls to the ground unconscious from the
You said
attack.
31, right?
Yeah.
Are you still up?
Yes.
Sunny falling to the ground unconscious. The Bone Dragon roars at the damage, and he's going to take one more step forward to there. Dawn activates. He's got to roll a Wisdom.
It's Constitution.
Constitution, sorry.
No, you're fine. Don't apologize.
He rolls a 20, not natural.
So half.
So that saves. So half.
Sunny's unconscious.
19.
Frederick. Sunny's unconscious.
So 9 points
Oh, yeah.
of radiant damage.
Yeah. Ooh. All right. You watch as it pulses, and you see it almost cracks a lot of the bones left on the Bone Dragon. At this point, you watch the Bone Dragon itself is looking a bit weaker than it once did. Parts of its body just kind of falling off, bones chipped and cracked. Parts of its legs and stuff are just beginning to crackle and fall. However, it roars again as there's still fight left in it. Next up is the half-red veteran that has been fighting against Bass for a longer than average time, as it's going to attempt to strike with a longsword again, twice against Bass. Rolling a natural 1 the first time. We'll just say the second attack doesn't even connect because he's rolling a natural 1. He swings, and Bass is able to just kind of taunt him and push him around, and that second attack won't go off. All right, next. There's a mage all the way at the top here. It's gonna kind of move up by these trees. But still further away from the Bone Dragon, attempting to now just fire another firebolt, trying to do something for his team at disadvantage. Not going to make it even if he rolls at disadvantage. And then the mage down here on the bottom left, who is going to move to this tree just underneath it. And let's see. Still within range. Gonna just shoot off another firebolt. Trying to weaken this thing down or do something. Disadvantage because he's frightened. Does that hit? Does not hit. Unfortunately, at disadvantage.
Rachel, did you make your save for frightened, by the way, when it was your turn?
For who?
Hmm?
Did you make your save for frightened, Rachel?
Oh yeah, make a wisdom save. Yeah, you're still frightened. You're still frightened.
No, you don't have to, Fred. Oh, no, yeah, you are. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't do it last
I
time.
didn't see it. No, I didn't see your dot.
All
For
right.
some reason, I don't know.
Ran. It's your turn. You just saw this necrotic-like, undead-ish energy that just fired a line down, and once it dissipated, you see that Leaf is still up, but concerned as she's looking over to see that Sunny is laying on the ground. Just seems like he took maybe half the damage, but still, it was enough to knock him unconscious.
I need everybody's current hit points and hit point maximums, please.
Do you just want us write it in chat, or?
Please, that'd make it easier. Just do your current health / total health. Okay. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Just give me. I just need a couple seconds here. Let me write some stuff down as I'm doing this. And the same for Sunny as well, please.
Oh, okay. Sunny's hit point maximum is, let's see, he's currently at 0.
Okay, so I'm glad I didn't double those. Okay.
Had he not had evasion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I still wouldn't have doubled his health, right? It wouldn't have been instant death. It would just been unconscious still.
If he took the full 63 on top of what he had, yeah, I guess he would be very close, but
yeah, because it's
he
your
would have been
total.
okay.
It's your total health. It has to double your total health, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like once you hit 0. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Right. This needs to be 30. Okay. Again, ran with like this immense, strange calmness. Takes a step. Here next to Leaf, and then grabs his symbol, and his hand alights with the same radiant light that you've seen him with the guiding bolt and with Dawn. That is going to be 14 points of healing to Corin, 8 points of healing to Leaf, and then 20 points to Sunny as he uses Preserved Life, Channel Divinity, as his action.
Okay.
And then he's going to step right. No, I can't do that. Rand's going to go right here.
Okay.
And it has a bonus action. I am going to move Dawn right on top. And turn back and yell, "Run!"
You want to center Dawn onto the Bone Dragon?
No, on me.
Oh, okay.
I
Tell
swear to
everybody
God,
else to
Rand.
run.
No, you don't get to do that.
And that's my
Let him have his cool moment.
No, it
No.
might not even be a moment. It might not even be a thing. I can easily drop it.
Do you have to take?
Um,
Do you take damage if you're in it too?
Yes, I also take damage if I'm in it. So that is that a fail? Yeah, I think that's a fail for me. So I will take 27 points of damage.
Hey, Rand, I need to know your total current HP versus your maximum HP.
I'm
not joking.
Is
Write it in chat.
total is
Write it in chat.
59. What's 59? What's 27? 59 minus 27. So that's
Okay, that decides it.
32. 32.
Are you sure you could write in chat?
32. 32 slash 59. There you go.
How do I have more health than you?
Hey, Mr. DM, sir.
Hello.
My cape in the description does not specify that it requires attunement.
I don't think it does if it doesn't.
Okay. That's all I needed.
All right. Ran, after doing that, I guess that's the end of your turn, huh?
That is the end of my turn.
Okay. All right. It's now the soldier who's facing Bass. He's actually not wanting to die, so he's gonna try and run past Bass Bass will get an opportunity attack that he will use to try and get something going. Misses. And he's going to run kind of past Sunny, not quite realizing that Sunny is conscious right now. That'll be him. Ran, the guy next to you, who's like looking at you, looking at the bone dragon, going to decide that he's going to strike the bone dragon.
Well, that's kind of him.
Disadvantage. Is he? He's not feared, is he? No. So at normal, twice. Misses twice, and then he is going to attempt to run away. He will run past, so he'll get an opportunity attack from the bone dragon, Ran, and Leaf if you choose to do that.
I can't.
Okay. Oh yeah, you were frightened.
Well, I used my reaction.
Oh, that's true. So Ran could use you could use your opportunity attack if you want to. You don't have to. Bone Dragon will with a bite attack. Instantly, yeah, natural 20.
Oh.
Not even able to get away from you, Ran. 25, 36,
God.
41, 47 points of damage. He's not able to get away. As he begins to run, you watch, Ran, as the bone dragon itself, its mouth just shoots down and immediately crunches this bandit right next to you. You hear it as he just disappears right next to you, who was once 5 feet from you. You just stay away. That guy's gone. Next, it is this mage here. They're trying to figure out where they want to go. He's gonna run down here to his friend, or at least as close as he can. He's gonna get to right there, and let's see.
Wait, dang it!
Yeah, he's gonna firebolt. Misses. You can see he's upset. Corin, you find yourself back in Dawn. You watch as Ran has stepped up 5 feet within the dragon. It just chomped down on an enemy. Most of the field seems to be much more clearer than it was. What are you wanting to do?
We re-roll for our fear at the end of our turn, right?
Yeah. Well, it'll be a wisdom
Hard
save.
to tell, I'm sure, because it's undead dragon. But how hurt does it look?
It definitely... So, it was fighting the metallic dragon before, and when it entered the fight, you could tell it was pretty well banged up. Right now, it's continuing to look more and more banged up, to the point where you almost feel confident, but at the same time, seeing what has just happened in the last few moments gives you fear. Not enough to be frightened, but you feel like you could, but it's also a risk. He's still got some fight.
If we want to loot everything in this area, we kind of have to kill the dragon. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but then we still have to kill all the rest of them.
They're terrified anyways. They're all like at death's door. It's fine.
These guys are full health, I think.
It's fine. It's fine. We got this. We got this. Stop being a pessimist. We have this.
Corin's gonna see his brother doing the stupidest shit he's ever seen himself do, reminding him when they were children, and he would do this kind of shit too. And like, he would just shake his head and just yell out, "Do not stay there, Ran!" And then Corin's gonna move 5, 10, 15, right there for a second. Actually, no, he'll move right here. So we'll say, sorry, where was I? I was right here. So 5, 10, 15 right here. And then he's just gonna, he was going to try to help out Bass, but seeing that his brother's in more danger, he's going to line up. He's going to line his hands across his face through, and he's going to straight down a line, lightning bolt, level 5 at the dragon.
Okay. That's dope. What's the dragon got to do?
It is it's a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. He rolls a 16.
Okay, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, so question. Do I just look at whatever my spell save DC is on this sheet, or
Yeah,
does it change
it'll be your spell save DC.
right next to my spell attack bonus?
Yes.
So it's a 17.
Okay, so he fails.
Okay, so he's gonna take 10 d6 lightning damage. It's 8d6, and since it's level 5, it's an additional 2d6, I believe.
Okay.
So when I roll this at level 5, I hope for the best. Okay, that's barely above average, but he's going to take 31 points of lightning damage. So
Okay.
I'm just going to like here right next to Rand, just try to like hit the dragon in its head to try to like move its attention away from him before Corn's going to take his last 10 feet of movement and move to right about there.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn. And he's going to one last one out. Get out of there!
All right. You watch as Corrin, you send a lightning bolt that almost creates less of an electrifying effect, but more of just like almost like a pierced damage that you see more bones shatter instantly, and the entire dragon, you almost can kind of see the lightning that like slowly dissipates as it travels its way up through its wings and through its insides and up through its throat, and you watch as parts of the bones begin to fall apart and smoke even kind of begins to billow off just a little bit. You watch as it almost shifts a little bit its weight, seeing that seemed to be very not vulnerable or did any extra damage, but it did do something to it. Like it's starting to fall apart, it seems. Next, we have this Warforged moves to here. Can't seem to really do much, so that's just gonna be his turn. Let's see where. All right, this captain all the way on this side of the map is just gonna run down on the left side. Runs down. That'll be his turn. That Warforged is dead in the dawn. That guy is also gone. This guy here.
Oh wait, hey, sorry.
What's up?
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Okay. This guy
So
here.
it's not 31. It was 37 total that I because it's 6 with the higher roll of casting, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's because I thought the 31 was including the other 2d6, but I guess with the higher level cast.
Oh, with the higher level cast. I
so
always
that's-
forget that too.
Yeah. Sorry, I was wondering because I looked at it, I was like, that's not 10d6.
Yeah.
So it was total was 37.
Okay. Thank you for catching that.
I rolled
Sorry.
I rolled 3 ones in that, by the way.
That's awful. But yes, that does make a little bit of a difference. So
37.
37, still kind of the same outcome. This guy over here, he's going to run just to get to diagonal to you, and out of desperation is going to attempt to swing at you at disadvantage because he's frightened. Corrin.
Okay.
So that's an 8 and a 19 on the second attack.
The first one misses, second one hits.
You take 9 slashing from the second attack.
Okay.
Leaf, it's your turn.
Okay. So, Leaf is gonna run up right next to Ram.
You cannot get closer to the
Oh
dragon.
shoot! Yeah,
Can
that's
you
what.
get? Yeah, I was like, can you get right here? Can you just get right here?
No, because that's closer to the dragon.
Oh, can you just throw it?
Can I just throw my cape at Ran?
So you could ball it up and throw it. Man, you're only 10
Um,
feet from him, so I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Because I do have fast hands, which like use an object action I can do as a bonus action. So I don't know if you want to like. I don't know.
Yeah, we could say that. We could say you quickly grab your cape and kind of roll it up into a ball really fast just so you can throw it good. And you could toss it to Ran, who's 10 feet from you.
So she's gonna throw her Dimension Door Cape at Ran.
Okay. Ran, you see that this object is flying at you, coming from Leaf.
Do I
And-
though? Or am I preoccupied by
You-
the very
no.
large dragon?
You
right
could
in
be
front
you could be preoccupied, but you will feel it as she strikes true on your back.
You also hear Leaf scream at you. Use it, or I will never forgive you. And then, she is going to
of me? Pulls
wait.
it over his shoulder.
Yeah, you notice it.
I'm going to run over to here, and this dude that's attacking Corin is gonna get a sword up the booty.
Okay.
Up the booty.
Roll at disadvantage.
Oh, I keep forgetting to click the disadvantage thing. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hey,
Hey, though.
you still
23?
hit.
So 23 to hit. I'm also gonna use a second charge. So I
Okay.
get 12 back. So that puts me at 49. So he takes 17 from the sword itself. He's within 5 feet of Corin.
All right. So sneak attack.
So 12 sneak attack.
Okay. You almost seem to kill this guy, but he stays holding on as he notices you now, seeing that he's got two issues he's got to deal with now. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
All right. This Warforged is going to run kind of from here to the well, near the well, and that's going to be his turn. He's trying to regroup with his friends. Bass, still here, seeming to share some words. Are we just going to stay here and fight forever? As he tries to make another attack, and I haven't been rolling his wisdom save, so I'll do 2 at the end of this turn.
Oh, yeah. Leaf.
I'll leave you can make a wisdom.
Oh, wisdom. Oh, please fix me. I have a +0, so I'm not gonna pass.
You pass.
Oh. Where am I?
That was
There I
funny. He misses, and he's going to attempt to make his wisdom save now. Not at disadvantage. But hey, that actually, he passes. So Bass is no longer under the effect. Bass is then going to just kind of skirt around while not being in Dawn, just to make sure he doesn't take that damage and kind of stays focused here. We'll start at the top of a new round. Frederick, looking at the Bone Dragon, looking at an escape out of Dawn, looking at Ran, seeing that the field is starting to lessen. Your party has taken a beating. What would you like to do?
I think I'm gonna look at Ran. I'm gonna yell to him. Are you going to do this? Is this your plan? Are we doing this?
I don't know.
I'll give you a short response if you have one.
Rand just looks over his shoulder and he yells again, "Run!"
That tells me nothing.
That's what he would do. He wouldn't tell you. Rand in this situation would not tell you anything to encourage you to stay and to fight.
Because
But
that's
what
my,
he is
my,
doing,
my
I think it's
point is
pretty
to see
obvious
if you are
he is-
staying to fight.
He has put himself specifically between you and Leaf and Sunny and the dragon.
Rand is doing the Rand thing and trying to sacrifice himself.
Yes,
Hey,
piss the corn off.
he may or may not be sacrificed. let's not write his story yet. He still has a turn to get through.
Oh, one turn.
I'm going to use
I don't know, 27
stillness
points.
of mind,
You have Da Vinci
and
Door
I'm
now.
going to get rid of my frighten effect,
Okay.
which uses my action. I'm going to run up next to Ran.
I hate y'all so much.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait, I don't have any.
Pretty sure you
Have I used my dragon belt yet?
Is that the wings thing or no?
No. My dragon belt gives me more key points. I just don't know if I don't think I've used it yet.
I don't think you have either. I don't remember you asking or saying.
Oh, I have to use my action to regain key points. So I already used it. Okay. So I'm basically just going to stand like just in defense. Like I can't do patient defense or anything, but I'm just gonna stand there ready to fight. But I'm gonna say two like glowing like electric like lightning dragon wings. It's not my unfurled wings, but they sit behind me, kind of folded up. It's my protective wings. So if for some reason Ran gets hit, I can use that to bump up his AC as a reaction. So it's the protective wings to like shield him, basically.
Okay.
Wait. When did Frederick pass his thing?
He used
I
his stillness
just
of mind.
used my action.
Yeah, he just
stillness of
yeah,
mind.
he just
I was
did
about
that.
to say, if he passed it last time and just didn't take the dot off, I was gonna give him the cape and tell him to use it to get Ran out.
No, I just got rid of that. So
Okay.
I'm standing next to Ran, ready to like defend, attack, whatever needs to happen. That's my turn.
Okay. So now Sunny's turn, as he is currently prone. He takes half his movement to get up, kind of rubs his eyes for a second, and kind of surveys the field to see kind of what's happened since he went down. Notices there's been a lot of movement, but he sees that there's this guy here that immediately he kind of brushes himself off and runs to try and eliminate this possibly fleeing defender with his short sword.
Does Frederick take the dawn damage?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
You'll have
I
to.
do.
Was it roll wisdom or constitution?
Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
That's why I said I hate y'all.
Boop. 9.
So we'll have Rand just go ahead and roll that. You take 28 points of radiant damage as the Ward of Dawn almost stings your skin. Being here.
Oh, I have evasion. So I take half of that.
You took half of that. You took 14 damage, still stinging your skin.
Yeah.
Okay, short sword from Sunny now. Rolls a 26, which does hit. The sneak damage doesn't actually apply, but he does 5 piercing, which is just enough to kill this soldier. And then he kind of looks towards Bass, and he moves 5 more feet to Bass. And that's his turn. Alright, next it is the Bone Dragon. Being where he is, looking at Frederick and Ran, who are right in front of him. You hear this roar about him that is not as strong as maybe it had been previously in this fight. It pulls up a claw and is attempting to strike Ran, being that he's right in front of you. There was a 28 to hit.
My
28 hits.
protective wings won't do shit.
No, you're fine. 28 hits.
You take 11 slashing. Looks to Frederick and is going to use another attack with his other claw. A natural 20 against you, dealing 15 plus 9, 24 points of damage as you're struck with these sharp, short, probably the length of a long sword that cut through you. Yeah, it didn't feel good.
I'm at 17. I made a bad decision.
Yeah, in 2 turns. See, like,
All right. Bone Dragon stays where he's at, which means Dawn will work. He's gonna roll his Constitution. Rolls a 15.
That's a fail.
Let's see what happens.
high numbers. Come on. Good shit.
36 points of damage. As Dawn pulses
Come on.
off, you watch as the bones begin to crackle beneath its legs. You watch as it almost falls down forward first. As the wings crack and one of them falls off and thunderously hits the ground. You watch as it looks at you, its neck almost attempting to maybe spray you with another attack. However, before it does, the bones under its neck are now falling. I need Frederick and Rand both to make dexterity saving throws as its bones and the area around you is starting to thunder and crumble as this dragon is crumbling to its death due to Dawn.
3.
Okay.
Wait, so it's a dexterity saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. So 12?
All right. You both fail,
Is that...
so you'll
That's
take
worse, not bad.
you'll take full damage.
I have evasion, so...
You
Did
just
you? I
used
think you
it
already-
though.
You just used it as a
You
reaction.
can't use evasion until your next turn.
Oh, is that a reaction?
Yep.
Yeah, it's reaction.
Oh!
Yeah, I was just,
Um,
what was I about to Google? I was about to Google something. What was I
Never
about to
mind.
Google?
Fine, I take full. Ignore me.
Oh wait.
How to make a new character?
Oh, no. No.
You both take 4 bludgeoning damage as just the
Okay.
area around you. You get hit by some bones and some just some crumbling. Some of it hits you as it splinters off. The bone dragon falls into a heap of bone and ash and dust before you, as Dawn is taking care of this bone dragon.
We did it!
You watch as some of the bystanders around you see what's happened. The half-red dragon fighting Bass, upset and mad, attempting to continue his fight with his longsword. A natural 20 does hit Bass, now taking 23 points of damage. See, Bass is still up, but could be doing better as he has slowly been losing this fight. However, the frightened effect now does go away on everybody that was affected by it.
Damn.
And
You mean they're not scared of a corpse? A double corpse?
they're not scared of the
I
corpse.
don't know, I think they should be more scared of Rand.
However, many of them that just witnessed this battle are not seemingly watched, and they're amazed at what has just happened. Everyone that is outside of you, besides the half-red dragon, has not decided to move closer to you. Rather, the ones who are away from you are not wanting to seemingly no longer want to further engage in combat. Ran, the two mages have not made any sort of attack against you. It is your turn. Dawn is still up.
I am dropping Dawn.
Okay. You see the area around you is dust, and it kind of lifts up into the air. It's covering your face. Yeah, you helped slay this bone dragon.
I will advance on the red dragon that's on Bass and yell to everyone else, pointing back at the red dragon. You see this? This is what awaits you. You see this? This is what is coming to the gates. And as I'm doing that, as probably I get it right about there, I am going to use my channel divinity again. So what's Bass at?
Bass is at 18 right now.
Out of how many?
Out of 66.
33 minus 18. 15. Frederick's at 18, you said, out of 74, 75?
I'm at 13 out of 88.
So that's 44 minus 13. That's 31 plus 15. Oops. I will. What am I at? 17 out of. Yeah, so that's. I will give Bass 15 points of healing to get him back to half health. I will give Frederick 25 points. And I will take 5 points.
Okay.
And standing there, I'm gonna get within a space of this guy.
Okay.
Hammer at the ready. And that's my turn.
Okay. Next, it is this mage looking kind of on, looking at you, looking at his friends. You kind of see from a distance they begin to mutter and talk to each other. He spends his action talking to each other, it seems. Corin, it's your turn. You're standing right in front of this guy who is now sees from afar his friends have kind of stopped and the dragon has fallen, and he looks at you and his arm blade almost immediately begins to slowly turn back into what was his arm before, and he just kind of looks at you almost basically speechless, and he looks to you, then looks back to Leaf. But being that it's your turn, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna look back at him. I'm gonna look at Leaf. Go to your brother, and I'm just gonna start. I'll say that to Leaf, and I'll just start. I don't even care if he does an opportunity attack. I'm just gonna start making my way over here to the rest of the group, and then I'll come about to right here, and I will hold my action with a spell in case somebody attacks. If anybody attacks, I'm gonna unleash a spell.
Okay. You watch.
That'll be my turn.
He watches this Warforged's turn. He kind of gets closer to this group and kind of talks. You see, he even turns his back on you guys. It seems that the dragon going down definitely caused a little bit of maybe some fear, or there's no more reason to fight because their leader is also now dead. They don't know. This one here next to you, Leaf, kind of looks at you. Your weapon's still at the arm because it hasn't. You're next, but he looks at you and he's like, "I'm not armed. I'm gonna go. And then he just kind of starts to slowly take steps away from you. He's technically disengaged, so he does make some steps away from you.
I'm not armed.
Hey man, I'm just gonna go home.
Transformed.
No arms.
He kind of walks around the tree, keeps a steady eye on you and Corin. You notice as he's like trying to get to this group over here. It is your turn, Leaf.
So this guy is still fighting Bass, right?
It seems like it.
I would like to double dagger him.
Okay. Leaf is making an attack, Corin. Do you want to unleash your spell or wait?
I'm sorry. What happened?
Leaf is deciding to attack, and so I wasn't sure if you wanted to go ahead and unleash your spell.
Who is she attacking?
The red dragon, the half dragon.
The guy fighting Bass. Bass is... They're still technically engaged in combat, but he hasn't made an attack, and he won't until the start of a new round and in the next few turns. And Bass his turn's coming up too.
Yes. All right. Can I do it after her attack?
Yeah, you can. All right, that hits. That also hits. So 22 points of damage.
Yes.
Okay. You watch as the dagger strikes, and he leans over as this strikes into his side, probably hit like maybe a vital organ on his left side. As he leans over into the pain and winces, you kind of hear him as he struggles to stay up. However, there's still a sort of like hostility about him that you kind of detect even after that.
Blight.
Is that your turn, Leaf?
Yes.
Okay. This will
I'm gonna
force.
I'll use my action now after she attacks. I'll cast blight on the red. I'll cast blight on the red dragon.
Okay.
So
does he have to make a check?
Yes, he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. So Constitution makes an 11.
Okay, hold on. I gotta look this up because this is not from me. It's from is it? Hold on. I'd imagine the DC. For one of my abilities on the ring, right? It says that it's a DC 17 Constitution saving throw. Is that? Do I use that stat for all saving throws on the ring?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a 17, so he fails. So he's gonna take 8d8 necrotic damage.
Okay.
Will somebody was it slash R then space 8d8?
Yeah.
Or is there no space?
Yeah, there's a space.
Okay.
There's also a dice option on the tool in the top left.
Oh, I didn't know if it did. I didn't know if it did 8. I thought I had to do that myself. So he's gonna take 46.
That's crazy. All right, how do you want to do this?
So, seeing Leaf, as Rand was talking, and everyone's putting down their arms, and still seeing the hostility attend through the red dragon, and Leaf seeing that first, and she throws her daggers. As the daggers hit him, and he like grabs himself and he comes up, he's just gonna when he grabs his chest from when he's been hit, he's just gonna see like a small spot on his chest that was just slowly black. And like he's just gonna look up and he's just gonna see Corin holding out his ring. 4 charges on the skulls disappear as he like closes his fists, and then like that small circle on his chest just goes up all the way and like just sucks his like vitality out of him in like one fell swoop, just dropping him dead.
Okay. You watch.
And then Corin, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say Corin's just gonna look around and go, "Your leaders are dead. We don't want to fight. We did not want to fight. We came to you telling you that there is a bigger threat. It's up to you if you want to see us keep doing damage like we've been doing. Stay with your arms. If you want to live and save your families, help us."
At this point, as the dragon falls, Bass kind of leans over, catches his breath. The rest of you, it's for the first time in this battle, there's a moment of just pause, and you all can catch your breath for a moment, seeing that there's this group that was hostile to you just 10 seconds ago, slowly seeming to disarm themselves, and they are attempting to, they don't seem to be hostile towards you anymore. You look at the carnage on the battlefield, which is less blood and more mechanical pieces, and there's bone dust and your own blood shed on this battlefield. You look about to see this group who is chatting amongst themselves, looking at the field. Some of the others around the map that was frightened and had to run to the edges are now kind of slowly making their way to this little group. I think you're free to also move your tokens around if you'd like, as for a moment it seems still.
Corn's gonna move up, and if he can, try to look and try to see if he can get anything from the dragon, like study it, learn anything about it, since it's like an undead dragon. Get any materials he might be able to use, like anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna investigate the dragon too, while at the same time like holding my amulet and kind of like speaking to Thorthan and just being like, is this what you were referring to? And just kind of seeing if I can find anything on the dragon, same as Corn.
Okay.
Leaf is semi-looting things.
Okay.
Mostly like quick loot, looking for money and or daggers.
Okay. Ran. Sonny is also going to kind of follow you, Leaf. He's going to be very happy to see you and take a breath and probably ask you what happened in the mere 6 seconds or so that he passed out from the attack of the dragon. So he's going to follow you and talk with you. Bass is probably going to stick with you, Ran, as he walks up to you. Doesn't say much, but walks up to you and just kind of...
Strong silent type, that one.
Yeah, he got silent for some reason. He did like to talk for a while.
Does that sound like anything I've ever seen?
That was really good.
That was really good, actually.
Rand's booking it to the gate.
Okay.
Yelling ahead of him to the south. Because the gate we came in is from down this way, correct?
Correct.
He's yelling ahead, asking to know what's happening and is anything coming up toward their position, to the other prisoners that had been released, and I'm going to start yelling at them to arm themselves with whatever they can find.
Okay.
Listen, wasn't there like a giant group of civilians like outside the gate?
Yeah, they kind of stormed and actually
Away, I thought, didn't
they some of them got killed just from like the early encounters that you guys quickly stopped. However, most of them survived, and they all kind of were here at the front. I actually believe there was a few of them that had gotten killed. Actually, no. They a lot of them kind of retreated behind you all. Because they weren't really well armed and they saw what was coming. They were kind of guarding the gate for you guys, at which Ran and Bass, as you make your way down, you do see that they were like watching, basically. They're like an audience. Some of them are hiding just because they're scared. And some of them have like been kind of almost keeping a patrol as best as they can, and you watch as one of them, some just militia man, just kind of walks up to you and he says, "Yeah, you guys are crazy. Anyway, there's kind of a problem outside of the gate, and it seems like it's on our way. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go."
Run for the castle, grab anything you can off the bodies as you go, arm yourselves, go. Just get for the castle, get across the gate, or get across the because there was a bridge, right, that had been lowered when they came across
Yes.
to engage us.
Yep.
And Rand's also going to turn to the group of guys that basically surrendered. Get to the castle, arm yourselves. The worst is yet to come. Protect these people. And I'm going to go see what I can see for myself.
Before you leave, like all of the, so your previous hostiles all kind of look at you and they hesitate as you tell them to go into the castle. They kind of look amongst themselves a couple times.
Do I have like dominating presence or something? Do I have something that helps me with this?
Oh, maybe.
Hold on 1 second. Do I have?
If not,
I'm gonna cast thaumaturgy. I am going to use. I'm gonna. I don't. The way this reads, can I combo using the booming voice and the harmless tremors?
Can you do what? I'm sorry.
Can I combo the booming voice and the harmless tremors as an action with this cantrip?
Yeah. Well, what are you trying? You just trying to kind of like.
I'm going
Force
to
them.
yell at them again. Get to the castle. Protect these people. The worst is yet to come.
You see that, but they're like, some of them are taken aback, and one of them, like almost maybe out of fear or just a very quick response, looks at you. He's like, we can't.
Okay,
Everything just stops.
cool. I'll pretend.
What do you mean you can't?
There's you see he's like struggling to like figure out what to say as he looks at you. There's few more of us in there, but if we go back in there with, well, our king of Blackstone's there along with some of his best veteran armed, you could call them guards or whatever, they're still in there. If we go back, they'll slay us all.
Is Corn too far away to hear this?
Yeah, you're like observing the dragon right now.
Oh yeah, I'm lost in the sauce.
How big is the gate?
Oh, the gate's pretty big. I mean, like it probably could, you could probably be maybe 20 feet wide, maybe 15, 20 feet wide. It's like a pretty massive gate. However, just looking at the field, like you've taken out a large amount of forces, and I believe I did say this in at an earlier time, but there can't be too many more people inside of the castle with just as many people that has come out of the castle.
Just the king and his veteran soldiers.
Right.
Oh, God knows. Choose now. Make your stand here at the gate or at the castle.
They kind of look at each other.
Before they make the decision for us.
They kind of all look at each other. They murmur before. We'll do our best to defend the castle and these bystanders.
Rand's going to shoo people then, in trusting that they're going to do what they say, and just kind of hope, because they're screwed either way if they don't, and try to go to the gate and gauge what's coming up.
Okay. So as these guys begin to kind of head down to the bystanders, Leaf, you do find quite a bit of daggers. You actually find about 9 daggers that are scattered about. And Sonny kind of helps you, and he finds, you also find some gold. You find like 56 gold.
Oh, thank goodness. I was at 0.
And then Frederick and Corin, as you guys are examining kind of the ashes and leftover bones from this dragon, I'll have you both make a maybe an investigation check, or investigation. And Frederick, just your background and things, I'll have you roll with advantage.
Oh. Roll
Advantage
again.
because it's undead?
Sure.
Since I'm a necromancer?
Yeah, sure.
You get advantage. You get advantage.
Okay.
I'll
All
be right
15's
back.
my
so I
highest.
gotta go get
15's my highest.
Okay. Yeah, so Corin and Frederick. So Corin, you're kind of studying more of the necromancy and things like that, while Frederick, you kind of just looking for anything, but also trying to talk to Thorfinn, who you feel a presence about him that tells you, not audibly, but you just kind of feel it this time. But it's a feeling of like, not entirely. That there are what he's told you before, there are other things about that are dangerous, far beyond even this creature. However, for the time being, there's also a warmth that tells you you're safe, at least for the time being, whatever safe might be right now for you. Besides that, you know that bone dust from a dragon could provide some sort of potentially like maybe some medicinal purpose, as well as you could attempt to maybe look at making some like fiery potions and things like that if you really wanted to, using some of this dust. The bones could be turned into you might be able to gather enough bones to create like an armor or a weapon, but a lot of it seem brittle and damaged. You'd have to spend some time finding some that would work, and they're so big that some of them you may have to find a way to transport, but you think you could get some maybe for a dagger or two if you want, or maybe even a sword.
I feel like I would take, if I can, obviously some bone dust, maybe some teeth, any good teeth, and then maybe a couple bones to see if I can make a weapon out of it.
Okay. We'll say that you can get maybe a couple long bones that could potentially be turned into short swords, or if you're really good, a long sword, or if you pay enough money for somebody to do it, a long sword. And then you can get a few smaller ones that could be maybe turned into some bone daggers, and you also get some teeth, although the teeth are rotted and kind of gross to you. But you could repurpose those as well. Corin, you learn a lot of the same information, that these bones can be kind of harvested. The bone dust is useful to you. As far as the necromancy of it, this was not this is not just a normal thing. The undead and things that you've learned as your time as a necromancer is that the undead isn't just like a thing. Most of the time, they have some sort of controller, or that they have been summoned. This is no different. There is a controller, or this has been summoned and sent to do a task. But either way, somebody has summoned this, and your thoughts kind of go back to the large obsidian black man that Frederick had seen and kind of described to you all once before, and potentially he could have done it, but there could be another somewhere that could have done it. You think back in its time, it was probably an adult black dragon before it was undead, so you kind of gather some of that.
Okay. Is there anything I can? You said I could get some bone dust and stuff like that. So you just tell me whatever I could roll or whatever you want me to do. But if there's anything like magical, I might be able to use like bone dust, whatever, in a spell later or anything like that. You just tell me what I need to roll, whatever, to see if I can collect like bone dust, maybe some teeth, and same.
Yeah. You can easily. There's quite a bit of dust here, so you can get as much as you think you would want as far as dust goes. And then if you want, you can carry up to
sorry, I was trying to go in my inventory.
Oh, you're fine. You can carry up to maybe 2 large bones that you could potentially have made into swords or staffs, or whatever you can think of, and then a few more if you wanted to make like short swords or daggers or potentially bows and things like that. just kind of whatever you're looking for. You do think that the dust could be used for magical purposes.
And they're pretty hardy, these bones that I'm collecting.
It'll take you a little bit of time to find good ones that won't just fall apart or aren't too brittle or chipped or cracked. So if you guys want, you could spend time doing that right now. Depending on how much time you spend, you might be able to find stuff.
Can these two large ones I can just break down, right? To make something smaller? Okay,
Yeah,
then I'll do that, and then I'll just grab like a few pouches of bone dust and just get going. Like I mostly was studying it just to see, see if I can get any like necromantic like origins out of it, knowing it's a black dragon, all that kind of stuff. The rest of this is just a bonus.
Okay.
What do I need to put specifically that it was a bone dragon in the description?
You could put just like bone dragon dust.
Okay.
Or bone dragon bones. That way you know for sure what it is.
I would also like to investigate and search Cephas and take his weapon.
Yeah. So his body...
He's dust.
His body is also dust, but you recall where he died, since you were the one that slayed him. He did drop his weapon that you recall taking a look at it. It's this serrated blade that is white in color. It was called Shatter Spike that you guys had retrieved. You actually, Frederick, didn't retrieve it, but the other group, Ran and Korn, remember this as a blade that they took from a man down in the Sunless Citadel. At the beginning of their journey. So you have the Shatter Spike. You personally don't know what it does. Your friends could tell you. You could spend some time studying it to learn what it does later if you want to.
I'm gonna look over to. Go ahead.
I would say, does Cephas's ashy remains? Is there anything in it, like a letter, note, gold, magic items of any kind? Annihilation stuff.
I don't think letter. I don't think letter's gonna make it.
Yeah, it seems like most like metallic things survived. There's like a pouch of gold. Probably just feeling it. There could be 100 gold in there. So yeah, you gain 100 gold. Other than that, like most everything seems to have just turned to ash. There's a couple little things like his belt buckle, survived, and
oh, I'm taking that.
Okay.
I want that belt buckle.
All right. It's just this simple metallic belt buckle from Cephas. Everything else seems to have kind of just the physical part of him and his belongings kind of ashed away.
Say Corin probably just looks over and sees me pull out a small metal belt buckle, like, the belt buckle of syphilis. Perfect. And I just put it away.
I know you had to do what you had to do. I appreciate you keeping everybody safe. I do wish we had kept Cephas alive, though. We needed answers to questions. I know it's too late now, but I really wish I could have brought him back. We could have done something with him. We need answers.
I just kind of like look at Corin, looks down at Cephas, looks back at Corin.
I'm saying I wish. Yes.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was kind of in the moment and that didn't really cross my. I am so sorry. I should have thought of that.
It's fine. We'll get our answers.
And I don't think we're bringing him back.
I'm gonna walk over here to him, and I'm gonna cut his head off to the lieutenant.
Oh. Okay.
That's gross. Okay.
Yeah, you watch as Korn begins to saw away, and you do. I mean, you retrieve the head of this veteran. So,
I actually, crazy thought. I'm actually gonna put, like, if I have like a vial or something, or even like a small pouch, I'm gonna put some of Cephas's ashes into like a small container.
Okay.
I want to see if I could do something later with it. You never know.
Okay. You do that. As you're kind of continuing this Ran and Bass, you kind of go out to see with your own eyes kind of what's happening. The sky is like, I mean, it's kind of dark in a abnormal way, I guess you could say. And you do see kind of this army of kind of what Frederick had seen previously, these ghouls and zombies and things that seemingly have made their way through the city of Blackstone itself, and they're past those gates. And at this point, it seems like almost in a weirdly uniformed way, they are coming towards the castle. And you do see more now at the head of this army. You can just see you're almost like not I don't know if attracted is the word, but you see at the front, or at least very close to the front, this large, you don't know if it's a man or a woman, but this thing is almost walking even abnormally. Its legs like taking long strides mixed with short strides, and almost seems like it points that this thing is floating or hovering. You're not sure with the distance, but it is almost like a solid black figure of sorts, and it's seemingly commanding or leading this army of undead towards the castle, or at least the courtyard where you are now.
And based on how quickly they're moving, can I estimate how long we have?
Yeah, you probably have a half hour at best.
Yes. How are you on health?
I think I'm doing all right.
I am going to sorry, one second, I can't find it.
You know, if I could, I would just heal myself, but
I'm going to cast a level 3 cure wound. I'm just going to clap him on the shoulder and say, I know. So that should be 14. And then what is it for my blessed healer? So I said level 3. Should be another 5 on top.
okay.
So 18 points of healing.
He's at 52. He looks at you. That'll be good, I reckon.
We need to move, and I'm just going to try to help usher people, whoever we have, spend 5 minutes trying to get everyone away from the gate and headed toward the castle.
As you do, one of the bystanders does walk up to you. The ones that were hostile, one of them does walk up to you. One of the mages, actually, who's injured, and walks up to you. Excuse me. Listen, I know you're developing a plan, but it doesn't really look like there's a whole lot of, decisions to make as far as like surviving. And I kind of saw what was coming, and I don't know that we can really defend ourselves against that. Listen, there's somewhere in the castle, there's this, we only really heard about it, but it was this, okay, the big dragon, right? The one that was on our side.
Yeah.
There's someone down there controlling it, and kind of made to as like a reactor of some sorts. I don't know what condition it's in now that it looks like it, got perished. Listen, some of that, if anybody is smart enough, you could maybe mess with some of that and maybe get yourselves out of here, get ourselves out of here, create a teleport or something. But again, your problem is that there is a king, and he's got a very powerful mage at his side, and his wife's in there, and she can do magic, and he's got some guards in there that they're very strong with their weapons, and well, I personally have never seen them in combat, but it's dangerous. But that may be your only chance. I'm just trying to help here.
Rand just laughs. And friend, we can take our chances that way, and he'll point toward the castle and might find a way off this place, or might have a chance to defend ourselves, or we go that way and we go straight into the horde. Glad to let everyone take their pick. Glad for any suggestions, but this is all we have right now.
Kind of nods and he looks at you. Yeah, well, listen, I've killed a lot of innocent people, and I worked for that guy Zephys, and you know, I've worked for our king, and I see what's going to happen if we don't do something. And well, I know I'm not an innocent man, and so I will stay here and use every ounce of my energy to protect you and your group, because I think you're good people. I some of these other guys may want to do the same, but going into that horde, I don't know. I will do everything in my power, like I said, but if you want to stand against that, I stand with you. But asking all of us to go inside that castle and cramp ourselves just to be exploded or something, I don't know if that's smart. Maybe one or two of us can come with you, but if it take it too long, it's not going to matter. So I volunteer myself to stay. I could maybe cast another fireball, and I could throw a couple more spells out.
Come on. Killed a undead dragon today. Let's see if I can go kill a king. Rand just turns around and starts walking toward the castle.
Bass kind of waits.
I'm literally just telling her we're going. Got nothing else to do.
Bass kind of hesitates, or he does, not to you, but just kind of stops and looks at that guy. Hey, I really thought that was a good speech. You should be on our team. See, I joined them, and they're a good group. So, yeah, that's really noble. I'm gonna go join him though. And Bass slowly kind of tries to catch up behind you, as you do get one mage who does, after this group kind of goes and talks, and one mage and one Warforged soldier does accompany you if you'll have them. The rest seem to kind of stand at the gate. Some of the civilians are moved closer to the middle of the courtyard, unless there are some that feel confident in fighting. However, like, you know that this small force of people would quickly be overwhelmed. It's like not a good outcome if they stay here, basically. But they could give you time. They could buy you some time if that's what it comes down to. But you do kind of begin to make your way. You guys see Ran as you're looting and examining and investigating, that Ran is making his way towards the castle.
I'm gonna yell over my shoulder at the Warforge, and I'm gonna ask him can you work the bridge?
He looks, I kind of know how it works.
How much space is inside once we get across?
There's like so you get across the bridge, and then you're like in another, basically much smaller miniature courtyard, more used for like horses and things. And then there is like the front gate, and inside there is basically this grand, you could say like, not a hallway perhaps, but more of just like a big grand room, with like upstairs and stuff. I mean, I can tell you right where the king will be, and it's very well that they know you're here and are waiting for you anyway. But yeah, I could totally tell you like where to go. Or if you, I don't know, if you want to feel like you want to go to the, the big reactor thing. Like they said, I really don't know how any of that works.
We can't leave the people out here. Is there a way? Is there enough space on the other side of the bridge to secure a place for them?
Oh yeah, yeah.
While we deal with everything, try to either go for the reactor or go kill the king, one or the other.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they could stay in the courtyard, or they could stay like in the miniature courtyard, or they could go into kind of the grand welcoming of the castle, I guess you could call it.
Hey, we either got to go kill a king, or we got to mess with a reactor and turn it into a portal. Stop messing with the dead dragon. Let's go.
Corn's gonna.
Time's of the essence here, people.
Corn's gonna walk up with the head of holding the head of the lieutenant. If we need questions later, we can ask him. And he's just gonna like attach it to his side, right here. What'd you say about reactor?
I think Steven is at a reactor and was controlling the dragon. I'm not sure. We don't have time. There's a literal horde approaching.
Well, what about this reactor? Is there something?
And I'll point to the mage. Is the mage that came with us? He stayed behind, right?
Yeah, there's another one that decided to join you.
I'll point to the mage. What can you tell us?
He's like, well, I guess about what?
The reactor.
I have no idea. There were very limited people that were allowed to go down there. All they said was that there was a guy and some girl that operated it, and they looked a lot like us, and I don't know. Some people say that there's a guy down there being used as like some kind of conduit for something. Some people think that there's like a controller that was operating the dragon. I don't really know.
Is there any way off this island?
I mean, if we're fast enough, we could just keep going north out of here, and we'd have to cross the big river, and that's got its own challenges. But we could try to get to Esseron, but that's talking weeks of time, and those things are moving very fast. I don't know if you have any way to just like magically like take us somewhere, because I was actually studying how to do that, and I didn't get that far.
I don't.
But it's possible that like a corruption of any sort of arcana energy that's controlling that thing. I'm not saying that like it's a for sure, but if there's a lot of magic happening down there, then there's a chance that we could do something to force it to send us somewhere. I don't know if we could choose.
Force it to translocate us.
Yeah,
to a random location.
And here's the thing: if it's unstable, I don't know that we could even stay on this plane. It could send us anywhere.
I think anywhere is better than here, though. Right now, here we're dead. I look to Rand. We can't stay in the castle. There's no way to defend this. You saw what's coming.
All right. I mean,
I think we have to do it.
I'll turn to the mage. How do we get to the teleporter, or how do we get to the reactor?
He says, I could tell you as far as I know, like where to go. He's like, so.
Who knows then? Who knows?
Some of my buddies maybe that were killed today.
Is there anybody here who still knows how to get to the reactor?
He kind of looks about his friends, and then like you can tell there's like he's kind of sad. He shakes his head no. I could tell you kind of where it's at. It's in like this basement. It goes underneath the castle. They've said that it's too dangerous to be too close to the castle, so it's far underneath in the event of some sort of, miscalculation or mistake. It seems like there's a lot of magic flowing down there.
All right, well, why don't you lead us as far as you can then?
Yeah, sure. The only way, though, is that typically it's got locks and like magical locks, and I don't like. There's going to probably come a point that I won't know how to get us through there, even with my magic.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, let's go.
No time like the present. Rand kind of gives Corn a look. And
What kind of
starts
look?
and just look. Just looks at him. Kind of appraises him. Turns
As Rand
starts
walks
following the
away,
mage.
as Rand, if Corn gets a chance to ask the mage by himself, he's gonna ask him, "Is there a mage here by the name of Excipio?"
He looks at you. Yeah, we've heard of him. He was here not too long ago, but some say that he might still be here. He was imprisoned for, you know, his you could say, like, he kind of his own little mutiny that he tried to create and failed and left. But then he came back with some dragonborn, and we didn't really see him after he came back with the dragonborn.
Would he be on the way in the basement? Is that where you guys keep prisoners?
No, I mean, not in that side of the castle, but there is a little dungeon underneath the castle on kind of the opposite side of where we're wanting to go.
All right, let's go. And then he's gonna just keep walking and just clutch his arcane focus, which is his family, half of the family medallion that him and Rand share.
Okay. Leaf and Sunny, how are you guys feeling as you kind of hear Rand and Corin? Sunny's kind of following your lead.
Open to suggestions. Rand sees this as very much as choice A, choice A1, or A2, and then choice B, which is to go take on the Horde. Not really
I don't think
sure.
there's not really a choice. What does Leaf think? What do y'all think? As we walk and talk.
I don't know. I think Leaf really wants to kill the king, but she also wants to GTFO.
There's no way we survive another battle.
Yeah.
This
So
is
there's not
this is Corn talking. This is Corn talking as we're walking. There's no way we survive another battle.
Frederick kind of clutches his amulet and just kind of like stands there for a second, looks confused, looks at you guys, and we need to move like now. Like we do not have time. We need to make a decision immediately, or
We're
something
going to the
bad's about
reactor.
to happen.
We're going to the reactor.
Well, then let's go, because
We're walking
have
and talking. We're
little
walking and
time.
talking. We've been walking and talking.
There's sprinting and talking. I think that's more.
I can only go as fast as the
vibe I'm
fucking
getting.
mage in front of us is going.
Fucking go! Frederick just immediately just starts like speed walking.
All right. You guys, as you're kind of talking and having this discussion, you are traveling now over the bridge. The Warforge that you had before kind of helps to make sure everything is operated well. Are you wanting to raise the drawbridge as it was before, or would you like to leave it down?
I mean, my goal was to get everyone to come across.
The civilians
raise
do.
it.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to get the people that the fighters and everything to have a more defensible position.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to convince them, and I didn't want them just to go out. I was not expecting them to go sacrifice themselves against the Horde. You know, I just wanted them to get on the other side of the bridge, at least buy us some time to figure something out in the castle.
Okay, they'll hear that, and they'll come and do what kind of you feel is best as far as defense goes. But they're kind of like, you kind of get the sense that like they all feel like they're terrible people and that they've done some very bad things, and at this point they're almost like the only way that these individuals feel like they can redeem themselves is by like trying to save you. And so if you feel like that's the best thing, and these people, if you feel like that's like what's going to help them do that more, they seem to listen to that.
Yeah, totally. I don't want to spend their, if I have their lives to spend as currency, I want to get every penny out of it that I can. And to Rand, it would make sense to get on the other side, raise the drawbridge so that you now have a more defensible position, and have them be able to engage from afar until the stuff makes it across. And then that's when they put their lives on the line if it comes to that. If not, they have a chance to get out of here, and we'll figure out what they can do there to atone for everything at that point.
Okay.
If those people do come back, if that group does actually come together, can Corin ask again? Does anybody know? Because that other group was farther away, right? When he asked the first time about the reactor.
Yeah.
Could he ask again as he sees that second group? Does anybody know how to get the reactor, how to get past it as we're walking and talking?
It's a lot of the same response that none of these guys really seem to know, and they share their own like different stories, and a lot of it like as you listen to them, you start to feel like this is just more hearsay, you could say. Like some guy says something that's completely opposite of what another guy says, and so really it's hard to know what to believe. Some guy says that they're on different sides of the castle, and another guy says they're not, and it starts to become kind of like okay, we really don't know where this thing is, and our best course of action is that we just have to look. And so that's kind of it ends up where you get to with this conversation with these guys. None of them know for sure, it seems.
All right, let's keep moving.
Okay. You all begin to cross the drawbridge, and as you do, you get across, and a couple of the Warforged who know how to operate the drawbridge. After all the civilians are across, you find yourself in this miniature courtyard, and as you see it, there's like a small little, miniature stable, and there's some horses actually in there. There's some wagons that seem to be loaded with some resources and materials and things like that. But noticeably, the large gate that leads into the castle is probably the one thing you all notice out of everything else. The drawbridge does begin to be operated to the point where it is being raised. And as it is raised, you all are kind of now in this miniature courtyard, and you kind of see the civilians some of them find a place to sit. Your defenders who are attempting, they're kind of watching the drawbridge and maintaining controls and doing their best to kind of hold the line, essentially. And you all now are before the big black gates that basically now bar your entry from the castle itself.
Is there any other way to come in besides the front gates?
You look about, and there are some.
I'm asking the group too.
Oh.
Guys. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I'm asking.
They
I was trying to get a straight from source.
They look at you, and they're just like,
a side entrance, something.
Yeah, they kind of think, and one of them is kind of like, I mean, if you could get up there, and he kind of points to a tower with like some windows on it, and he's like, so, some of those windows could be open. I don't know how you're gonna get up there. If you could fly, maybe, or, I mean, I guess you could try to climb it. And then a couple other guys like, don't try to climb it. Don't try to climb it. That's a stupid idea. A couple others are just kind of like, not from here. I mean, it's pretty locked down. You don't really know that there's really another way in. There was a magic force that kind of goes over the castle, so messages can only be sent out and can't be received in, and
You can't even send messages if you're inside the castle to somebody else inside the castle.
You can, because we're through it now.
Okay.
It's just unseen, but it's around us, and that magic originates within the king's room, or at least near it. But others say that there's more of those fields that surround the castle, magical deflection shields and things like that. But we've never had anything come close to us needing to use those things.
Okay. Do you know how we can get into the front gates right now? Then.
Yeah, we just came out of them, so they should be unlocked.
Do they? All right, lead the way. I'm gonna cast this guy's self on myself to look like one of the soldiers as well.
Okay. As you're getting ready, there's one more. The one of the mages that's coming with you says, he's like, oh, there's one more point of information. There is another mage inside that accompanies the king. He's kind of like his, I don't know, I don't know if it's messenger's a great role for him, but some say that he is extraordinarily powerful. None of us have ever seen his abilities. None of us know what he can do. Others people feel like they've read about this guy in history books, and that sounds silly to me.
Do you know his name?
Some people say that he comes from even like another world. I don't know. We've just called him the Wizard.
Since I read does that ping anything off of me, knowing being a wizard and reading books and studying? Any rumors of a legendary wizard?
There are legendary, or rather just famous wizards, and a lot of them maybe ping through your minds, but none of them ever took the nickname the Wizard. And this isn't it's helpful to know that there's a strong wizard in there, but besides that, there's nothing else that really comes through.
Right, well,
he just looks at you and he's like, I don't know. He's like, but I know that we never see him unless he's only ever seen with the king. It's always at the king's side. And people say that he's not of this world. But again, anybody who's just really strong could be said that. People could say that about you guys.
I look like one of the mages right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for telling us.
No problem.
And thank you for making the correct decision.
It's what I had to do. At least I felt like I had to do. I don't know what else I could do better at this point. He kind of chuckles.
Right. We're just going to try to open the gates, Ran. They said they think they should just still be unlocked. We're just following. Yeah, we're just following them.
Okay.
I use this guy's self. I look like one of the mages right now. We're just going.
Okay. So you do go in.
The gate. So we've crossed the drawbridge.
We're in that courtyard right now.
We're in the courtyard.
Mhm.
The gate itself, is it a wrought iron gate, like where there's slats that you can see through into what's behind, or is this like a full on solid wooden reinforced door? Or
Yeah, this is definitely more of like a black ironed gate, and it's like a double door essentially, and again it's probably 20 feet wide, maybe 20 feet tall, doors. They're huge that kind of go into this building and or this castle. And yeah, if you'd like, you could attempt to open the doors and go through.
yeah, I just more was thinking in lines of being able to see through onto the other side, and or see if it was possible to see if the dragon was crashed on the other side.
Yeah, unable. You're really unable to. They kind of come together too close to be able to see.
Yeah, not a problem.
What you also missed, Rob, I think, is that could be more deflection barriers, like magical barriers, as you progress. They think the one that stops people from communicating or sending spells.
Mm.
There could be other ones like that. They think maybe.
Okay.
Because here's the fun thing: I have one level 3 spell left, so I could cast Sending to Steven at some point, again, if we get closer. But if there's multiple ones, I want to wait until we get where we feel like it's safe to make contact.
Yeah.
Because I would like for it to go through. Just putting that there. And I'll tell the group that I can send one more message today before I'm tapped. I can send it down to Steven, and maybe he can help us or something about getting through the rest of these magical barriers. If he really hasn't betrayed us.
I have a feeling that things are about to happen. I think we should, get this moving.
Oh, we're
Totally
at the gates,
not
yeah.
the music change or anything,
I can't even hear the music.
Well, it's kind of spooky, and I've used this music before.
I thought I was going crazy, because I was like, what is that?
I thought I had the music.
Noise? And then it slowly came in. I was like,
yeah, it says it's playing. I just can't hear it.
No, see, I've used the specific one before, and my stuff. It's a feeling of dread that I don't like, and we should,
I'm just following. If these guys the soldiers are leading, so if they're opening the gates, we're going.
Okay.
So yeah, we have them in front of us.
All right.
We don't know where we're going.
Yeah, the Warforged soldier kind of looks back at all of you, and then he kind of leans on the door and pushes it, and it does kind of almost sounds like it's scraping, but the door does budge open. And
cut to the side real quick in case there's a lot of arrows coming out.
Nothing happens, and he opens the gate wide enough for your group to walk in. As you all kind of keep your awareness about looking around, making sure there's nobody nearby, you walk into what seems like this grand, just kind of like there's two stairs that kind of curve up to an upper floor, and then there's a bottom floor that kind of has two double doors that are much smaller, but this room is pretty big. It's some of you like maybe unnecessarily big. However, it's big. There are essentially, like I said, these curved stairs that come up and meet at the top, and then there seems to be a door up there. There's doors on your left and your right, and then in front of you, just underneath the curved stairs, there's two doors that seem to lead elsewhere. And as you enter, your allies are looking around, and they both kind of begin to kind of tell you where each door goes. So they say, okay, so if we go up those stairs and we go through those double doors, there's like this super long hallway that eventually takes to the throne room.
We're not fighting the king. I look around. We're not. Are we? No. Where's the reactor?
Okay. So, and he's like thinking about where it could be the best place to go. In front of us just takes us into like the dining hall. Left is like our barracks. Right, kind of takes us out to kind of like a training yard and things like that. And he's kind of trying to think of the path to go. And he thinks, okay, I mean, we could go right and we'll just go through this door and then we'll attempt to kind of go through. And I think there's like a basement that usually it's off limits to people like me, but that's probably where we need to go.
We need to move quickly, but we need to move quietly. We don't need to draw unwanted attention right now.
Right.
The less we get to avoid commotion and noise, the better.
Yeah, there's other people here too. Maybe not many soldiers left, but like I said, the king and his guard are here for sure. And they turn and they begin to kind of go to the right door at the side of the room. As they lead, he goes to open the door, and it's one of those that he expected it to be unlocked, and when he walks, he kind of walks into the door, and he stops, and he's like, this is weird. And he's trying to open the door, and the door seems to be locked. Well, I don't have a key to this. I didn't know it locked.
Leaf.
Leaf pulls out the 30. No, she's down to 20 lockpicks out of her pockets.
Okay.
I got this.
I just suddenly just heard the Elder Scrolls music go off as you as you described how many lockpicks you have.
Yeah.
It's just a plus icon now because you have so many.
Just turn to it.
Before she tries to unlock it, she's gonna do like a quick check for traps.
Okay.
Rand will also give her guidance.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep scanning around to see if anybody's coming.
You can make a perception.
Perception. And what does guidance do?
Perception
It
sucks.
gives you a D4. That you
Perception's
can
just
roll and
straight roll.
add to an ability check of your choice.
Oh, why did it roll a 2? What? Hold on.
And you can roll it before or
Oh, it was a
after
D20.
making
It did not
ability.
show. It showed a
got
D.
I got, yeah, because I rolled my D4 the same time you rolled
Oh,
yours.
okay. So I got 2. So I see nothing.
So I rolled a 21 with guidance.
Yeah, you scan the door for traps, and you don't see anything that would trigger any sort of. It doesn't seem like anything would trigger. There's no lines. There's no wires. There's nothing. However, as you get ready to pick the lock, you notice, this is weird. There's no lock on this door. You're looking for traps, and that's something you notice is you're like, how do you pick the lock of a door that doesn't have a lock? And the guard kind of looks at you and he's like, yeah, that's not gonna help. He's kind of looking down at the door, and he attempts to try and open it again with you right there, and it's I mean, it's clearly locked, but there's like no visible keyhole or anything on this door.
I defer back to you, Corin.
I don't got anything for that. Do you guys have any passwords you have to go through doors or anything like that, or to get through magical places?
No, not at all. At least not that I know of.
I got nothing. I can't. I have nothing. I have nothing right now that I can counterspell it, but I don't think that's going to work. That's my last third
No.
slow spell.
We would need to dispel the magic.
Yeah, I know. I don't got dispel.
Don't we have a mage with us?
You do, who's like also expended a lot of their spells, and he kind of looks and he's like looking at you as some of you maybe look at him. I don't know how to get through this. Like,
Can I look at the door? Can I look at the door and see if I can find and just investigate and see if there's any like arcane sigils or anything like that, and maybe find a way to just like, if I can see it, to maybe just mark like cross, like, you know, find a way to stop like the conduit of magic and
Yeah, I
do
was
it like a
gonna say-
mundane way?
With my perception, did I see anything that's like the door in the cult that we had like the riddle on or anything like that?
With your perception, no, but you can make an Arcana check, Corin and Leaf, if you want to figure
Okay.
out maybe what's going on with his door.
I'm rolling like shit. 15.
Yeah, Leaf, you're just unable to really know what's going on here. Corin, you're starting to scan and try to figure out. There's no lock on the door. The door won't open. It doesn't feel like maybe something's barring the door from the other side. You kind of are led to believe that this is definitely probably magic based, but what type of magic you're failing to understand fully at this point. And rather how it's being held shut is also a little bit of a confusion to you as well. But you do feel that there is some sort of magic that is over this door.
Is there? And I look over to the mage and the rest of the other group. Is there a way to bypass this door and get to the same area?
They both look. We could go around the left door. It's just a lot longer, but yeah, we could go through the left side of the building, and it does wrap around. And so they start to make their way over there kind of quickly, and they get to that door to find that they run into the same problem.
We're gonna go fucking see the king. I fucking. It looks like we're being. Okay.
It looks like we were being summoned for an audience.
Be on your toes. And
Is
Corn's just gonna-
it? I'm sorry. Tara got home and I've been texting. So
You're good.
we literally have a right, left, and a straight.
Right,
And
left,
and left.
straight, and then up a stairs and straight if you wanted to go that route. But they said that route was towards the king.
I feel like that's where we're being led to.
And all right, so right and left are both locked.
Mm-hmm.
And straight, there's a straight and then there's a straight and there's up the stairs?
Yeah.
Or are those two different options, or is it one option that goes up to the stairs?
There's two different options. There's like two doors underneath the stairs, and then going up the stairs, there's also two doors that lead. And they said that those go to different locations. You can see the two that are with you just kind of start talking to themselves. They're like, this has never happened before.
I don't think you also never had an army of the dead busting at your gates before.
None of us would have locked these doors before we left. Some of us came out of this room, out of this barracks, when we were summoned to come and fight this battle against you all. Cephas was right through this door as he's looking at the door, and he's attempting to open it again, which is the same failure.
And you said that there's a door straight as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try the door to the straight.
Yeah, I don't think, it's going to be locked, but...
Yeah, you attempt to try the door, and
it opens. Okay, thank you.
It does
I
not.
appreciate that.
And there's an airship waiting on the other side, ready to go.
You do run into the same problem, and again, the two that are with you are baffled.
Sid
And
came to
neither
pick
of
us up.
these doors have keyholes?
None.
I'm just going to take a look around, everybody, and just like, I literally look at Leaf, at Frederick, at Ran, at Bass, and I make sure I make eye contact with them and, like, just give them a slow nod. We have one option.
You do hear a plate in the dining room that seems to fall.
I was wondering if that. I was trying to figure out if that happened.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was like you said that you
Sorry.
did at his.
I'm just kidding.
That was probably one of my cats. I kind of looking at everybody. My hand still clutching my amulet, and well, only advice I have. I guess it's not really advice. I lost Thorthen. Kind of cut out.
Okay,
That
makes
like
sense.
lost connection. But his last words were, "We need to find a way out. This place is danger." Well, that's what it cut out. Dange, and then just kind of cut out. So I assume dangerous. So if we're doing this, we need to be on our toes, bringing everything we have. Completely alert.
Oh, so what you're saying is you want to sit here and take a long rest?
I don't think we have that option. I wish. I
kid.
really wish.
I kid.
What time day is it?
Last you checked, or at least it seemed like it was probably early afternoon.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
But it's dark outside, and you think that's probably due to just the oncoming undead horde that fills the
Awesome.
sky.
Yep. All right, let's go.
So our only option is to walk up the stairs.
It's the only
From
other
what we're-
door that you haven't
from-
tried.
We are able to discern.
Are you able
I
to heal
will
me,
try
buddy?
the door.
As you try it, you find that it clicks and is unlocked.
And it's a storage closet.
Rand, do you have any more healing left in you?
I mean, I have options.
All right. I'm pretty hurt. I don't know how everyone else is feeling right now, but just be on your toes with that, with everybody.
Do we hear any screams in the distance yet?
Nope.
We got to go.
Is that like a no, as in like a very eerily silence, or like there's still some birds chirping or something?
I mean, there could be a bird or two,
Okay.
but no, it doesn't sound like anything's going on outside yet. So
Cool. All right, let's all die together. Let's do this.
Cool. I'm just not going to go first because I'm very low.
Rand's gonna grab his brother by the shoulder and once more into the fray.
Kind of nod. And he stabbed me.
You get you're going to get 36 points of healing.
Where are you at, Ran?
I'm right here in front of you.
Yo.
Healing
Health.
up,
Out
healing
of
up. points.
character. Where are you at, Ran?
I'm at 22.
You need to take care of yourself too. We can't. You said 36?
Yeah, you got 36 points of healing.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, and before we go up the stairs, Rand flips it out and reattaches the cloak around you. Leave.
While you're reattaching my cloak, I'm gonna pop out my greater healing potion and shove it in your mouth.
Yeah.
He's
less
gonna.
awkward ways that could have gone, but okay.
You wouldn't take it the first time.
You didn't offer it.
I did offer it.
You just said that you had one. You never offered. So greater healing, how much is that? Because I mean, I'll gladly take it.
Pretty sure it's 44 plus 2. Right? Am I right? Am I wrong?
Oh, natty.
I'll look it up.
I'm sorry.
Greater
What?
healing potion.
Oh,
44
greater
plus
healing.
4.
Sorry, I was looking up something. Greater is 44 plus 4.
Which is not a lot, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, it's better than nothing. 44 plus 4. All right, 12 points.
Okay. Did you guys want to do any other preparing or anything like that?
Thinking.
I will use my dragon hide belt to try and reclaim some key points.
Okay.
Just need to remember how to do that.
Oh. What?
All right.
We haven't taken like half an hour to do any of this, have we?
No, because we only had 30 minutes before they hit the gates.
We've been pretty straightforward about all this.
I feel like this has been like what, 10 minutes maybe?
Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. Getting across and kind of getting inside and checking things out. It's been maybe 10, 15 minutes.
All right, we got to keep going.
Leaf, you want to peek in the door and see what you can see?
Yeah.
I'll give her guidance.
Okay.
What all would you like me to roll?
I'm sorry, what?
What all would you like me to roll?
For what?
to peek in and see
Oh,
what's
peek
going
in.
on.
You can roll a perception if you'd like, just to peek in.
Do I also need to roll stealth?
Yes. If you want to stealth. All right. You do open the door, or peek into the door, I should say. You know that Rand tries it, it's unlocked. And you peek into the door. It doesn't really creak or anything. It's just heavy. And you just see kind of this large hallway that does end up leading to another set of doors. And looking down this hallway, you immediately kind of, Leaf immediately feels kind of this beckoning call. As if like, I'm waiting for you.
She's gonna turn around and look at the guys and like, I don't know that we really want to go this way, but I don't think we have any other way to go. It definitely feels a little ominous in there.
Gorge is still clutching his medallion, just not saying anything.
We don't have time to find another choice.
Let's go.
Rand's gonna make an attempt to look for traps and then just go.
Okay. You can roll a perception.
Yeah, Leaf is keeping like a general eye out for things.
Okay. Yeah, all of you can roll perception checks if you'd like. Bass will too.
Yeah, Bass, come on.
He rolls a natural 20. Look at that. You guys scan the hallway, and as each of you kind of enter slowly, all of you feel this beckoning call to yourselves. Rand, Frederick, and Corin know that this is like this is Arcana. This is definitely arcanic. This feeling of somebody is you feel this. You don't hear this, but you feel this feeling, this sound almost of I'm waiting for you. All of you feel it. Looking around, you don't see any traps as you enter the hallway. Even your companions, they kind of look at each other and look at you all, and there's all kind of this nod or look in agreeance of like there is this feeling that everybody is kind of feeling right now. And you almost also in a way feel watched or seen, rather, maybe not watched but seen, as if your presence, you are known to be, you are known, like you're not in here as a secret, I guess. And as you continue to make your way through, you get to the end of this hallway that there are two doors. And you can open them if you want. There's no other way to go here.
Is the pull stronger in one direction than the other?
Not really. It seems to just kind of exist in this hallway.
I'll give everyone a look.
I'll get one, you get the other.
Yep.
You just see Corin just looks over his shoulder, turns, looks at the back for a moment, letting you two decide as he just stares back at where they came from. Like looking in the direction, just imagining what's about to come.
Before he betrays us all. Uno, dos, tres.
Open.
Open the doors.
Okay. Your group opens the doors as you enter into this room that has these long red carpet right at your feet that rolls out, and these pillars that kind of hold the ceiling up, and next to each pillar you see these gold and like maybe rather gold laced black armored individuals that stand. You see 4 on each side, closer to the end, and at the end you see a couple of individuals who sit at the end of the room. One that seems to be on a throne, an individual standing next to the throne, and another individual kind of on the other side of the throne. And in this room, it's dark. And as you open the door, you all immediately know that the beckoning call is coming from the man on the throne. You just feel it. You just know. And you do see...
Drop this guy's self.
Okay. As you all make your way into the room,
Do we
there's just...
recognize anybody in there?
Looking about, it not really.
Okay.
You just see the individuals that are kind of in this black and gold laced armor, and then you see at the end, it's kind of hard to see the face or who these individuals are, but this is the first time that you're probably meeting these people. As you slowly step into the room, you start to make your way down the red carpet, feeling almost pulled in that direction, but knowing that you have complete control over your actions right now. You make your way probably roughly 60 feet away from the throne. At this point, just before you start to cross the first set of guards, who have not budged, almost look like they're statues. And all of you just quiet and being on your guard as best as you can. You see an individual just sitting there, his knees kind of popped over his other knee, and he's kind of sitting there, and he's starting to kind of he's just kind of gazing at you, and you see that he is wearing this crown on his head. You see next to him there's another individual wearing kind of this purplish, fancy looking robe. And this individual also seems to be wearing some type of crown. But this individual also has this kind of this staff. And this individual is just kind of standing there. And then you see a female on the other side of the throne who has one hand on the shoulder of the king and is just kind of standing there. You can kind of see she's just like slowly just tapping his shoulder. They don't seem to be maybe scared or nervous, at least from this first view. Do you choose to continue to get closer than 60 feet, or would you like to stay at 60 feet? Would you like to maybe not, maybe back up, or maybe you didn't want to get to 60 feet in the first place?
Well, you called us here.
Okay.
I'm going to step a
Just
little bit to the left.
kind of spread, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to step a little bit to like the left away from everybody, so I'm not in a straight line or that clustered.
Yeah.
You've called us here. There was no other choice.
Your voice almost echoes in this room. And for a moment, there's just no response. You just wait.
As the silent kind of stretches, Rand will get impatient and yell out, "You do understand what's coming, right?
And then
A lot more than just a band of adventurers."
He kind of shifts to the other side where he was like this before, and now he's kind of shifted to this way now. Pops his knee up on the other knee, like basically switches. And he just looks. This character seems. You guys can make a perception check to maybe learn a little bit more about this character.
You'd mentioned no one else is moving, like they're like unnaturally still?
Are they breathing?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's I mean, you think they are, but these guards are like very statuesque. I mean, you look at them and they seem to have, there seem to be people in them. They don't seem like they're actually statues, but
God, of course.
Bass will as well.
Come on, Bass, give us another natural 20.
Let's
go!
When your DM uses the fudge roll function,
I really didn't.
you gotta appreciate it.
Oh, is that all I have to do? Just hit /FR?
I haven't ever actually used that, but anyway, yeah. Bass kind of looks at your group and he's like, you know, he kind of notices a few things and he says, "That looks kind of pointy-eared. It looks elvish."
The one on the right?
Both of them.
Or
The king and his wife. And he's like, I can't really tell beyond that. And he kind of sits there and he looks, and you finally kind of hear this another, just its first echoing statement or response, you could say. This is the Unbroken. Wow. I've heard a lot about your group. As you've traveled across the lands of Telestia.
You realize your people are dying while you make this stupid little speech, right?
You've traveled across the lands of Telestia. You've made your allies in Esseron and Westfall, and you've made friends all along the way, and you've lost some too. You've come to my front door, and you've slain some of my best warriors.
I'll toss the lieutenant's head as he says that.
As you do it, it bounces and then rolls a few feet across the floor. Him being one of them. You've slain some of my best warriors. Cephas, the man that I commanded to follow you and
the betrayer.
Keep tabs on you. The betrayer, sure. You've killed all of them. And you're here in my house. At my front door. And he kind of looks over to his side and kind of looks at his wife and looks back at you. I know there's an army on the way. And I know that this castle may not have much longer to stand. But my name and my legacy and my reach is going to proceed far beyond this castle and this room. And legends and history will write down that the Black Hand killed the Unbroken. That they killed many of their leaders and friends. They subdued parts of Esseron and helped destroy the arena and killed many innocent lives there. This will be an exciting final battle. And I just wish it could last a little bit longer. And you see he kind of pulls his knee down. He kind of stretches, it seems like, as he sits up.
You will be nothing but a footnote in history if whatever has come behind us takes this and takes over the world. You will not be remembered because there will be nothing to remember you by. If that thing makes it all the way here, have you ever heard of the god Crexius? That is what comes to you. a god of death, a demigod of death. You think you may survive with this castle? No, it is a certainty that you will not. You will be nothing but a little footnote. Even if we die here.
Maybe. But you will be too. And he looks over to his side, and he looks at whoever is holding this staff, and he just kind of says, "Go ahead." And he kind of then leans back into his chair.
Can I cast silence?
Yeah, you can cast silence.
I cast silence. I put it right on top of them.
Does there need to be like a wisdom save or anything?
No, if it succeeds, it creates a 20-foot radius sphere centered at the point of my choosing. Any creature or object inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage. They're deafened while entirely inside it. Casting a spell that includes verbal components is impossible there.
Okay. As you go to cast silence, you feel as if your spell does activate. However, you see this magical blue wall shimmer for a moment, as if you see that your spell almost hit this wall. And you see the guards are outside of that. But the king and his wife and this magical being is there. And you can see the king kind of looks... I really thought you could do better. At which point, you see the mage kind of step up, and you begin to see kind of this this staff that he's carrying. You see there's like an orb or something on it. It's hard to tell from your distance, but there is this almost... You can kind of hear like wind almost that starts to rush into the room. And as it does, you see that there's like this purplish dark energy that begins to form onto the orb. You actually see the guards next to you. Some of them actually move and they look towards the mage or the wizard. And almost as if like they don't... To you all, it's almost like, are they looking because they don't know what's happening, or are they looking to see what's going to happen? You don't quite know as this is happening. And as it begins to surge and get closer and closer, it starts to lessen. And as it does, he looks over and he starts to say something to the king in his ear. And he stands up. The king stands up. He's like, "I didn't tell you to stop. Now!" And he looks back and... Okay. And he continues to start this spell again, and as it does, you hear from behind you almost as if something is just blasted open. Not from the doors right behind you, but in the room that you were previously in. At this point, you immediately see what looks like kind of like magic missile, essentially. All these daggers begin to form overhead. And as they do, they're almost charging themselves up, and all of you are bracing for impact. And as you do, I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Actually,
Okay.
can I dimension door and pull Sunny with me?
Yeah.
And stab this guy that's casting the spell?
Yeah, you could attempt to.
Yeah, you can try.
You can. Some people say certainly try.
You could certainly try.
Is this happening? Is this happening before the dagger the throw
Yeah, like-
our safe made?
It seems like if you're doing it now, then it seems like it.
I want it to be like a simultaneous attack with me and Sunny both stabbing this guy.
Okay.
I don't know what his thing is.
All
but
right. So you're gonna use your cape.
Got it.
yes, I'm using my cape. I can pull one creature my size or smaller with me.
Okay.
Um,
Sunny's slightly taller than you.
He's a halfling. He is fine.
Disqualifying him from.
It's like, technically.
Yeah, no.
No, you immediately, some of you who are bracing, you see that Leaf pulls the cape over her and immediately disappears. And as she does, you find yourself on the other side of this mage.
Oh, she got past the wall?
Somehow on the other side of this mage, and you're confused yourself, Leaf, but immediately you're on instinct. As you go to stab, go ahead and make an attack, and Sunny will too.
If it is a surprise, do I get advantage?
Sunny's next to you, so sneak attack's gonna work anyway.
I'm asking for advantage.
Oh,
She wants a natural 20.
it's not a surprise.
Dang it. Okay. So anyway,
But sneak attack. But sneak attack.
As you go to strike, your weapon does find purchase, and you deal.
Fucking shield.
You use 7 points of damage. Sunny could have been better. He rolled a 1, but you both seem to find purchase on this being. And you immediately hear him as he kind of shouts, "Oh!" in pain as you stab this individual.
Does anything happen to the wall when he gets hit?
The wall? Oh, the blue wall? No, it doesn't
shimmer?
seem. It seems like at least you don't see anything happen. It doesn't shimmer anymore. It only shimmered when you tried to cast a spell through it, and Dimension Door went seemingly through it as this cloud of basically this cloud of daggers just like forming above you, but it seems like a very enhanced version of that as it's now above you. He kind of looks back just over his shoulder to see that you stabbed him before releasing the spell on Rand, Frederick, Corin, the and Bass, the two other individuals. I'll have you guys go ahead and roll a dex saving throw as this spell still goes through. However, Leaf and Sunny are not affected by it because they're not in the path of it.
Dirty 20.
11.
So this isn't a concentration thing.
Doesn't seem like it. Bass will roll.
Shit.
21. And then Frederick, will you roll a dex save? Thank you. Natural 20. So you guys will take half damage. You guys take 25 points of piercing damage as these arcanic daggers rain down on you. And as they do, you all, if you succeeded, you take half, which I think Corin did not. The rest of you did.
I'm glad I got healed because I would have been dead.
This rains down on you, stabbing you and attacking you and hurting you. And as it does, he looks around to you immediately. And before anything else could happen in this moment, the two doors you just came through blast open. And as they do, everybody kind of looks. The king's now standing with his wife, and they're looking about in the room to see that there are creatures funneling in, not your allies, but a few of these ghouls and zombies slowly make their way into the room. This smoke filters into the room. You hear the king. Are you kidding me? No, we've got to stop this now. And
I told you you'd be a footnote.
And he kind of looks towards you and he begins to hold up his hand to maybe cast a spell at you. But before he can do that, all of you in almost a flash see this black energy, this cloud of black and green energy sears past you at a speed you've never seen before. And as it does, it breaks through. You see this blue, what would have been shield, almost shatters like glass as he shatters through this. And it takes you a moment to really understand what just happened as you see this being has just shoved what looks like a blade through the abdomen of this king. You immediately hear the scream of his wife as she immediately begins to start conjuring up a spell. But
if she's conjuring a spell, I'm gonna throw magic missile. If we see that the wall shattered.
Okay, roll some damage for that.
also would be throwing a dagger at her.
Okay,
So yeah, I'm aiming at her. If I can see her conjuring.
go for it.
So it's three magical darts. Okay, 1,
Thanks for the sub talk, boy.
3 damage, 2, 4 damage, so 7, and then 12 damage total. Force damage.
All right, you watch as your magic missile, as it makes its way there, it just seems to pierce. And Leaf, you're attacking kind of simultaneously. Go ahead and throw your dagger. Yeah, that hits.
If that is a high enough roll for me to pick where it hits her, I would like to throw my dagger through her hand.
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll say she was holding her hand up. You could hit her in the hand. You'll do 7 piercing to her hand. And you watch as these attacks happen kind of at the same time. And as it does, you just kind of hear a scream as the individual who had just stabbed the king, you just like, it's like you blink for a moment just to see that he is now stabbed his wife. There is an uncontrollable speed of this man or this creature or whatever this thing is that you can't seem to fathom. And as it does, it returns back to the front of the room, all within roughly 7 or 8 seconds. And all of you look back to this thing to see it now. This tall, solid black figure, almost the black as obsidian. And he just stands there looking at you. You don't see a face. You don't see details. You just see this along with now creatures funneling into the room, more zombies and ghouls. And you see at the back of the room, this thing's head almost looks back up to the wizard that was at the back of the room. And you take a moment to see that he's currently working on a spell. However, he's not fast enough as another uncontrollable speed from this obsidian-like man travels across the room to use his arms as swords and basically stabs him in an X pattern through this wizard. And as he does, you see the king's crown falls off, and this object, this other crown that was on top of this wizard, begins to roll and fall off of his head. He falls to the ground, seemingly probably dead to you. And then the obsidian man returns back to the front of the room, and he gauges you. He watches as the knights or the guards in the room, they pull their weapons as long swords, and they start to approach, and they attempt to start fighting the undead. However, you seem to be left. You seem to be like, they don't seem to be attacking you. And as the guards are fighting, the obsidian man just kind of stands there, and he just looks, and then in an instant, just all over the room, he just flies in between all of the 8 guards and immediately kills them.
I'm just staring at the obsidian man.
He returns back to the front of the room, and his zombies and ghouls kind of seem to be like waiting there as he looks at all of you. And he just looks, almost like you feel him looking into your souls. And you don't hear anything, but you can tell this is a very dangerous thing. Frederick, this is 100% the thing you had seen previously. And for some of you who had seen it previously, it's there. And he just stands there for a moment.
How are we arrayed in comparison to this guy? Because Rand's going to look to put himself in between it and everything.
You're probably in the middle of the room, a little closer. You guys kind of spread yourselves out a little bit.
I want to kind of see if I can start moving toward the throne while not breaking eye contact with it, and just see if it does anything. Just not like anything hostile. Just like walking up the steps toward Leaf to where that wizard was, and just to see if it does anything. If it does make any slight movement, I'll stop.
Okay. It doesn't seem to react as you walk, but there's a feeling, almost this deep voice kind of crawls into the back of your mind, and it's familiar. That tells you to stop.
I'll stop.
And then there's a voice that creeps into the back of Leaf's mind that only says your name, that is familiar. And Ran, there's a deep voice that crawls into the back of your mind that feels way too familiar. And Frederick, not as familiar to you, but a
How are you
voice.
feeling, baby? Welcome.
A voice.
It's like everybody here's like all freaked out and hearing voices. I'm just like, what the fuck is this guy?
The voice crawls in the back of your head as well, and you just kind of hear him in this super low, deep voice that tells you, we haven't met, but it's good to finally meet. Your friends know me. And then that's all you hear.
Is this thing gonna try to kill me because I stabbed it?
It looks at all of you, and in a moment, a flash, Ran, you watch as Leaf, the obsidian man, right in front of her. Leaf, you blink and he's just there. And slowly his arm turns into a long-bladed sword.
I'm
Wait.
running. I'm running and I'm casting Banish.
All right. As you attempt to cast Banish, his other hand almost, it's like a counter spell. Immediately it just stops. And Leaf, you feel this piercing wound. As the rest of the team runs, he looks over to Ran and Corin, who are now approaching. Leaf, you immediately look down at yourself. He pulls himself out and then uses his other hand that instantaneously turns into this blade that then runs through Ran. Ran, you feel it, and it's like a pain you've never felt before. It's literally like sucking the life out of you. Leaf, your moment to react, you're trying to think of your dagger, but life before you is fading. Sonny is screaming your name as he runs up, and as he runs up to try and jump on the back to stab, the back of the obsidian man's turns into blades, and Sonny jumps directly onto the back, piercing himself. Corin, you react in such a way where you're defensive, you're mad, and you look as he just looks towards you with this hate that you feel.
Are we like right on top of each other?
Pretty much. I mean, you guys are like, he's flashing in between you at instant, like, incredible speed.
What do you want, Crixius?
You hear this guttural, just low, grumbling, just sound, and as he looks at you, he goes and looks at Frederick now. Frederick, who's standing there probably in shock and not sure what to do either, holding your amulet, you're waiting for something, and instantly you feel yourself a stab right through your abdomen. I
would say, yeah, this entire time I've been just consumed with fear because I can't hear Thornton anymore. I can't feel him. I know the dead are coming, and all this stuff started to happen. And then, yeah, now I'm being stabbed.
You feel stabbed, and there's this feeling of you can't react. You want to. You actually go for your rope dart, but there's something about this that is stopping you. You feel like your life is fading as Corin, you're the last one left, and he looks at you.
I still have the stack mask on, my original necromancer outfit.
He looks at you, and he takes a moment. And then you feel the pierce of the sword, of the arm that is basically turned into a blade or used as a blade, pierce through your body, and you immediately feel weak. to the point where all of you do find yourselves falling to the ground. Some of you may try to react. You're trying to cast spells, but there's this feeling being pulled out of you. And some of you begin to start to see tunnel vision. And as you do, there's this flash away, and you're starting to lose some of your hearing. It's starting to go quiet. And
is Corin within reach of Ran?
Probably within an arm's reach.
I cast Death Ward on Corin.
Okay. What is Death Ward?
And then, let's see.
Okay. Corin, you see that Ran, as your vision begins tunnel vision and darkness begins to surround you, you do feel a cold touch. And it's, you don't know who it is exactly at the moment, but as it does, there's a beam, there's energy that flows into you that you still you don't feel like life is fading from you, but you are falling unconscious.
If I get a chance, if I have any chance of telling that it was Rand or anybody who grabbed me like an ally, I'll use my last skull charge and cast Spare the Dying.
Okay. As you're trying to do this, you're trying to regain your senses, trying to figure out what's going on. You hear this explosive, loud, it rings your ears for a moment. And some of you are actually flown across the room because of the explosive. And you kind of look over. The rest of you, your tunnel vision so becoming black, and you feel death is creeping over you. Corin being the last one, probably due to the fact of Death Ward. You see that there's this giant hole has just been opened up into the bottom of this room, and you see that the large obsidian-like figure is going into this hole that he seems like he's created. Your friends, though, Frederick, Leaf, Sunny, and Ran, the explosion has actually shifted their bodies across the room a little bit. And you slowly fall into unconsciousness.
I'll just think in my head, before falling conscious, I'm gonna fucking kill you, Grexius. And then I'll just fall.
You fall, and your bodies, Ran, Frederick, Leaf, and Sunny, you feel yourself finally fade away, and you find yourself in somewhat of some sort of afterlife. You feel yourself not where you were. You feel like you're in a place that is, for Ran, something about this place you're in is familiar. Frederick, you find yourself kind of in a familiar place. And Leaf, you're in a place that is unknown, and you're alone. It's like you're trying to look around, but you see nothing. You're trying to feel, but you don't feel anything. And Ran, you hear a voice. It sounds like it's from Torna. And she looks at you, and you feel her. You don't see anything, but you feel her looking at you. And she tells you, "You're not done yet, Ran. It's time to wake up." That's where tonight's session ends.
Holy shit. All right, hold on. I gotta let the dog out. I'll be right back. And nobody leaves. Nobody leaves. I'll be right back.
Wild.
There's literally nothing I could do there at the end because I'm scouring my spells. Like I just want to throw them all off because I don't know what else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we level up?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, how
Am
do
I
you
rolling
level
a
up when
new
you're
character?
dead? Yeah, you level up your new character to 1.
Gosh.
They go from 0 to 1.
I am playing a kobold for this campaign.
I'm gonna play a human cleric.
Like that's different and new.
I just wanted to change the pace,
Yeah.
try out some different mechanics.
I would either want to play a kobold or honestly, I'd probably want to do like a human fighter or an orc fighter. That'd be kind of cool.
That wouldn't be bad.
Holy shit. That was the
Nat.
best session ever.
Nat.
Yeah, man.
That was crazy.
I just want to make sure. So, Ran is in the in between, or what he believes to be the in between, right? Like
Yeah.
he has that sense,
Yeah, you feel like
and
that's where you're at.
and Torna, who he has spoken with in the past,
Mm-hmm.
or at a minimum, a voice very similar says, "You're not done yet."
Yes.
Okay.
What do wait, you said Frederick was also in a familiar place.
Yeah.
Am I like next to Ran or something, or do I see something else? Do I not see anything?
Yeah, you don't see anybody else. It's
Do I see a
almost
large
like
dragon.
it's almost like a presence more than anything. You feel almost like you're in the presence of a place that you could contain dragons maybe, but you don't really know at the same time. Like it just kind of feels familiar to you. Nobody has said anything to you, but you're like in a place that says like this is good, I guess. Like your soul is in a place that is not going to like be slaving away in hell for the rest of your eternity, and like it's like you're in a place that is going to treat your soul good.
Okay.
Leaf
Leaf is in a place that is a place. She doesn't know exactly where she's at, and again, there's no sight. Yeah, she's in a place, and I think she would be feeling very alone, and that's probably
That's all you can do.
yeah. Corin, I mean, Rand kind of saved you.
He's taking a nap right now.
So
I'm guessing my spell didn't go off.
unfortunately, you were not able to get it off at the explosion.
Gotcha.
Kind of shifting bodies around. Yeah.
All right, when are we playing again?
No, like it's a
I don't
great.
think-
Don't get me wrong. It's a great ending
Yes,
to an episode.
I cannot wait another however many months again for that, especially after this one. Like after that cliffhanger, like
Yeah.
we don't have to decide tonight. Obviously, I'm just saying, everyone just look. We'll figure it out. But I hope we can play sooner than we did last time.
For sure.
Well,
This
I am
is
a
awesome.
stay-at-home dad, so any time really works. But I will say, I will need to plan it kind of ahead. That way, I can at least see if someone can watch.
Yeah. I
For
think
sure.
Fridays seemed like the best for
Yeah.
most people.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because most likely, my parents or my wife's parents will watch Everin, like on the weekends that's kind of what we're trying to plan out. So Friday nights will work great. But obviously I'll work around that depending on what happens.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, yeah, we'll all have a session again together. So it's not the end. But you don't know what's gonna happen. That's all I got to say. I don't know what else. It's just kind of crazy. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah. First of all, can we just go backtrack real quick? The point of view of being an enemy in the World of Dawn, you're just looking around and you're just seeing your allies like doing something, and all of a sudden, poof, 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 like everyone just going to ash around you. You're like, and then just knowing you can't make it out of that circle, and you're like, this is it. That's got to be one of the most terrifying things in existence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's big enough to where if you're not close enough to the edge, you're not getting out.
But just
in
seeing your
return.
allies bust the dust.
Yeah.
That's such psychological warfare. Rachel, are you okay? Rachel, it's not the end.
We'll find Sunny again sometime.
I'm stress knitting. I just want you to know that.
I can tell.
Crying and stress knitting.
So you said that there will be a session again with us together. Is your intent, or is this something you're thinking about possibly doing separate sessions with us and bringing us all back together? Or if that is the way the story goes, or is that just a throwaway comment and I'm reading way too much into it?
I mean, yeah, we'll all have a session again together. So like, it's not the end, but you don't necessarily know how it's going to continue.
That was season 1 of the Unbroken.
Yeah, I hope
We
you
all
got all
wake
your
up in a tavern.
gotta get all your battle pass rewards.
Okay. All
Uh,
right.
yeah, but what is true at this moment is that 4 of you are dead. That has happened. Except for Corin, who is saved. But Sunny, Leaf, Frederick, and Ran have all been killed. And all your characters or your wherever you are right now, you all know it. That's another thing. It's a confusing space of knowing, but you're all in a place that is not at a final destination yet.
I was prepared for a lot of things tonight. I was
not found destination
I was
yet,
prepared to
Rachel.
kill Rand. I was never in the realm of this did I expect, or even think of something like this.
I really thought we were gonna be able to get to the reactor and get out and let just Blackstone fall by itself and have to fight another day.
That's at a minimum. I thought that's where we were going.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
See,
cool. I got intelligence. I got this. We could figure it out. We'll jury rig this fucking thing. It'll be like Kino der Toten. Just link the teleporters. Go.
I was fully thinking the same thing with the reactor, that we were going to get to the reactor and go somewhere, but I heard the mage that we were talking to say something about we could possibly be teleported to another plane of existence.
Yeah, I was fine with
And
that.
I was like, oh, we're going to go to the Feywild, or we're going to go to like the Shadowfell or some random thing. But no, we just flat out died, so.
That was a crazy session. I cannot. That was beautiful storytelling.
I hope you guys liked it.
No, it was great.
I've been stewing on it for a long time.
No, it
so
was great. I mean, hey, it was great.
I'm gonna be mad at you for like 2 days.
It's okay. It's okay. Just know that we are all going to get to play again.
Okay.
I'm not, like,
Just
really
not
mad
as
at
the
you.
same
I'm just-
characters.
I won't say. You could come back. You could stay dead. I don't
And
know.
So
I do know, but I'm not going to say.
Okay.
If you want to be
What
the
I'm
old, if you
hearing.
want to be ultimately prepared, I would say have a second character.
Oh my god.
For glitchy third character.
Glitchy is
You
like third or
know-
fourth, but yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that there are definites.
Corn does have a couple
So
things he
take
can
that
do, but he has to wait a few days.
Take that for what
I
you
will say
will.
that.
I could be playing a Kenku in the next session.
Wow, you're gonna sound like what do they sound? Kind of like I've always imagined they sound like Bumblebee because they don't speak English or Common. They use a mix of other languages.
I'd be mocking everybody the entire time.
Jonathan, Talk Boy says Jonathan so loud. That is one of my favorite scenes in Dungeons and Dragons movie.
That was yeah.
Yeah, it's a confusing state of the game, but the faster we get into another session in the next hopefully couple weeks or so, the more answers will be revealed.
Okay, so what class and everything is Billiam going to be, guys? We need to sit down
Please.
and figure out Billiam.
I want Billiam.
Okay.
I don't even know what to say right now.
I don't. I'm so hype right now. Like,
Ooh. I should play a Tortle.
Turtle would be pretty cool.
Turtle? Oh man, that would be cool.
If I had died, we could
like a druid Tortle.
if I had died, we all could have been turtles. We could have been the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice.
Corin,
Oh, see, I wanna do like a Tortle, like a druid Tortle, but when I, shapeshift into different animals, they all just have turtle shells on their backs.
That's kind of crazy.
Awesome.
What were you gonna say, Nat?
I was just gonna say Corin. He could be the only one that survives. How do you think Corin would live with himself?
Oh, he's not. He's gonna no. He has ways. He has ways, and he's gonna make ways. Like it doesn't know. There is no living with himself.
You could
This happened once.
You gotta, if you only saw the conversation we have on text right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you exactly what I said to him. As soon as that happened, or as soon as we were done talking, I said, "I'll bring you back, and everyone else too, no matter who I need to sacrifice." Kidding. And this is all just like multiple texts, like just coming through, and then like the eyes, like the shifty eyes. But no, Corn has a couple things, but again, that's happened in his past. He was powerless to stop it. He has some power now. He's not going to rest until this is not happening to his family and friends again. He's not letting the choice getting taken out of his hands. He's fucking.
You could always just like bring everybody back as zombies and let them follow you for like an hour until.
No.
And you don't have to do that.
No, in one dark universe, I'm sure that's happened in the multiverse. I actually had an idea. I thought I had an idea for I know you had for your t-shirts.
Yeah.
I had it could be a Ran and Corn combo. It's 2 different shirts. So for Ran's, it says "Never Alone," and everyone's around the campfire, everyone's hanging around the campfire and having fun, and like Corn's like kind of in the back in the trees a little bit, but everyone's like hanging around and having fun. And then Corn's also says "Never Alone," and it's the campfire, but Corn's sitting by himself, surrounded by the undead versions of everybody.
Yeah, that could be kind of funny.
I was like thinking about that, and I was like, that's
a good idea.
Crazy.
I like how you're like, hey guys, let's talk about this merch thing. Oh, hey, by the way, I'm gonna kill all of you.
Hey,
it's great storytelling.
What can I say?
I told you 2 days.
But none of us saw it coming. What did your chat? Are you still streaming?
I'm still streaming. Yeah, we've
okay,
had.
What did they say? My computer's too slow to pick up chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like Talk Boy is just he's asking a lot of questions about like what is going on and that kind of thing. Kyle's in here and he's kind of just like I think everybody is just a little bit shocked. I mean, Kyle's like, they're the Unbroken. This is not the way it's intended to be. I mean, there's some crazy. Yeah.
I cannot. That's crazy. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for next session. But yeah, do let us know. Yeah, Rob's right. If you do let us know if you need any of us like to talk with you on the side or do like if we do end up doing if you need a one-on-one thing for people or if that's what we're doing with it before everyone.
If you're serious about wanting us to roll second characters, do we need to sit down and have some separate time to talk to you about separate characters? Like, I don't know. I'm open to anything.
Yeah.
We'll get it all figured out.
I was very ready to kill Ran off.
Just let everyone know and let Twitch to everyone know. Corin is going to bring people back, no matter what he has to do.
See, I'm waiting for it to be where we next session we're making new characters and we end up having to fight Corin because Corin ends up being like working under Crexius but trying to get all of his friends back.
Yes,
But
he's following
becomes
the-
like a lich and
he's-
everything.
He's
like-
following the Steven route. He's like, all right, if I just follow the group and then come here, I can protect my friends.
Talkboy has in my chat has a good question. He's like, why was the Undead army and Crexius and the Obsidian Man there? So many loose ends.
Yeah, so that's my fault. Rand's fault. Long
No,
story
Warren didn't
short,
stop
what,
you.
two years ago, a Halloween episode, we ended up with this thing that was called the Orbs of Crexius, and it basically turned out to be an egg. And Rand realized it was an egg, and long story short, back and forth, Rand dropped it off a skyship over the ocean, and
With our backup
apparently
floating.
it survived. So yeah.
Ooh. I want to hear the story of how it, like, you know, the
Found
egg
person.
hatched. Like, I want it just to be like a fisherman or something. Like, just found it and it like just grabbed his face and consumed
Like a
him.
sailor
or
pulled it
something.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Oh,
some,
Captain, look, somebody left a
Yeah,
bag.
they were coming after us, Talkboy. Coming after us for all of my misdeeds.
We all share the blame.
Solely on Rand's shoulders. We'll have to spend the afterlife atoning for his mistakes. Sad.
At least he gets one.
Yeah,
Hey.
I didn't realize. I didn't realize.
Have you
Leaf's an
have you
atheist.
heard about our Lord and Savior Torna? I mean,
hey, you're not
you only
you're not
had
you're not in a place of no afterlife. You just don't know where you are.
no. We straight up tried to destroy it. We didn't try to eat the egg.
No.
Leaf
It was
tried
more
to
of a
kill the
crystal.
egg.
It was more of a crystal that then became like egg-like and sack-like.
And that was my
and,
fault
yeah.
because I kept trying to study it and I kept grabbing it and it almost killed me. But I was like, oh, let me try again. And I think it kept feeding off my life force.
Frederick was just there.
He kind of showed up like after Frederick kind of showed up a little bit after like the crystal of Crexius was found, and he was like in the woods.
No, it was after we dropped
How
it
did-
off, threw it away, wasn't it?
I
met him
think
after.
it was. Yeah,
'Cause
I
we
guess
had-
it was
yeah.
after.
Because by the time, once Steven left, we had got rid of it.
No.
Well,
No,
no,
didn't we?
because Frederick was
No.
still with us because you guys he threw it over the side as you guys were traveling on the airship to go to Blackstone.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
guys-
and I was
When
with
we
you
were in,
guys.
like, an inn, and Leaf was trying to get Rand to like scry or something on her brother, and he
Yeah, we tried to
asked all
scry
questions.
on scry on her brother. That failed, and then I used legend lore on the crystal.
Yeah.
Yep.
And at that point in time, it reached out and tried to dominate those of us in the room, and Leaf failed her check, and it was able to make a connection with her and her mind, and it scared her, rightfully so, and she tried to stab it, and I tossed it into the bag, and then I tried to
Successfully
toss the
stabbed it.
bag overboard to hopefully destroy it, and it didn't do anything.
Which at the time you'd believe that it had, you were over the ocean, or rather not the ocean, but this large, just
Large body of water.
body of water that is basically a huge river, rather, but still hoping that it would do the trick. And but it also got into Corin's mind too. If you remember, it did actually. He had to make I think everybody had to make 2 checks.
I think I saved the first time, failed the second time. If
Yeah.
I remember right.
Yeah.
Or maybe I failed the
Yeah.
first time and saved the second time. It was something like that. I definitely failed one.
Like that.
Yeah, I believe you you succeeded the first time, failed the second time, because that's when Leaf was attempting to. She was like about to get sucked into this crystal, or something was pulling it towards her, and then she stabbed it.
And then she stabbed it.
And then yeah, we found Frederick. He's kind of like we just kind of found Frederick. That was.
Frederick found us.
It's not like it was like it wasn't this crazy story about how we like. It's just he just
No, we just crossed paths.
he just crossed paths.
I was just kind of there, chilling.
He was doing his own thing.
meditating.
Fate almost.
He talked about this guy. I believe you talked about the dragon that you kind of follow, and
Yeah.
But everybody just was like, okay, sure.
And then now he's in the afterlife, being like, "The fuck was I thinking?" Like, I followed this random group of people and got murdered by some death god. What?
Frederick has I think cheated death the most, just because maybe not, but
He's pulled the most shenanigans and has
he got sucked
almost
into
died
that.
multiple times.
He got sucked into that orb that one time, and
Yeah, the crystal from the wish, or
yeah.
not wish, from the deck of many
Also-
things.
yeah,
Also
Yeah, and
follow
lost
me.
everything I gained.
Yeah, he gained a level, lost a level, then got sucked into a crystal.
Oh, and I lost the 4 gold that I had at that
Oh
moment.
yeah,
yeah.
He also followed to Warforged into a dark alley.
Yeah, I tried to convince them that I was with the Black Hand, and that they told me something about,
a password or something, or like a phrase, right?
yeah, some sort of phrase that I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, but you can check all that great content on One Natural 20's YouTube as he uploads it. And make sure to hit a like, comment, and subscribe.
I thought about like us, once we, if we ever get to the end of this campaign, like we all sit down and just like get through and do kind of like a behind the scenes and like talk about, I don't know, talk about a lot of these things. Cause I only have, I didn't actually start recording these things until around the time we got in the caravan and you were traveling and it had the tieflings and the dwarves and all those guys, and they were trying to give you a map of the castle, or rather not the castle but the town and kind of the area, and you guys were traveling and you learned about the silver being sent to Esseron and all these things. Basically, I think that's about the time I started to put these on YouTube.
I think that's right. Yeah.
But
Is anybody thinking of making a new character? I'm just curious.
I mean, I'll roll. I will put something together. I have a character in my back. I got the workings of a character in my back pocket.
I was literally stressing that whole time, like that Halloween medallion that I had for my necromancer out for like Corin. Like I've been like gripping this thing the whole night. I've been grabbing this thing hard in my hand.
Cause I've got hundreds of ideas for new characters and stuff like that, but I'm also
really hundreds.
hundreds.
I believe it.
absolutely millions.
Yeah, you just go on the Baldur's Gate 3 random character generator, right? And then you're good.
No,
Now, actually, hey, can we just reload our live save before the King's Room?
I want to make a new choice.
I don't know. Maybe we should go back and like scroll through and find one before we left the capital, and maybe we make some different choices.
No, we overrode that save. We ran out of storage. Remember?
Let's go back to the save where Frederick meets you guys, and instead of walking towards you guys, he just turns around and walks away.
So we failed hardcore mode. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Yep.
He
we
said,
have to restart completely.
This was like Elden Ring, and you tried to fight a boss you weren't ready for, and you got crushed.
See, now I'm curious.
Okay, so here's a question for that.
I'm curious
I
where
think you
Corin
can
would have
answer
ended
now.
up.
Would we have had a chance
Don't tell
against
me.
the king?
Do what?
Would we have had a chance against the king?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think I don't. It's tough because if the entire setting of the Obsidian Man didn't show up, or you guys were able to do some other things that prevented this from happening, and you did go to fight the king, if you were still in your current state, which a lot of things would have changed. I mean, the undead army seems to be kind of commanded by the Obsidian Man and things like that. So to say, like, if none of that were to happen, I think you guys would be in a little bit of a stronger position, not having to maybe worry about the bone dragon, and you would have taken out all the guards and things like that. However, there is the metallic dragon that was taken care of, so there's a chance you would have had to fight that. I think if you were, I don't know. I think if you were smart and like really strategic, I think you definitely could have had a chance. But the king, his wife, and the wizard that were there are all pretty dang strong. So it would have been interesting.
This is really good, and I'm very excited to see wherever this
Me too.
may end up.
So Corn levels up.
Yeah, only Corin, 'cause he's the only one that lived.
He's the only one alive.
Yeah.
I don't
No level ups right now.
Obviously, yeah.
But yeah. I'm excited, y'all. I'm excited to kind
Me
of see
too.
what
I
happens
cannot
next.
wait.
And
Yeah, we'll talk on Discord, like in the group, in the Unbroken.
for sure. And if you guys have any questions or want to just kind of talk about it more, I'm totally down. And we'll meet next time just when we can, I guess.
Yep. This is always worth it. Seriously, I don't care how long it is in between. I obviously want to play sooner than later, but like this is always worth it, no matter how long in between. Like it's been how many months? I don't even know, but like this was phenomenal. I can't believe it's already 2 a.m. here for me. I just did not feel like that.
Yeah, it's late.
It felt like the time went by so by. No, the time just went by so fast though. Like I was just gripped.
Yeah.
Rachel.
I'll just message Rachel in 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you more upset about Leaf or Sunny?
Leave you be and check on you in a couple days.
Are you more upset about Leaf or Sunny?
Well, I didn't cry until Sunny was dead, so.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll bring him back. Figure it out. But you
I just got him back.
Just for clarification, you don't want
I'm gonna
him
cry
as,
again. It's
you
fine.
don't want
I'm
to,
good.
you don't want him as a zombie, right? Right?
Do you want your brother back as a zombie?
I mean, he'd still have his brother.
Well, then I can always go say, have him go like this, Torna, every time he gets brought up, he can just have that could be his action.
Oh my gosh.
I'm kidding, obviously.
No, you're not.
I am kidding.
No, you're not.
I would never bring any of y'all back up as a zombie.
Yes.
That's okay. No, I wouldn't, because that's what fucking got mad at y'all. I want to say another behind the scenes real quick if we're still talking. The reason I was even put in the predicament in the fucking courtyard in the first place, surrounded by everybody, is because I said, leave me alone. I had to get away from y'all because I have a 50-foot radius spell I could have thrown around me that dissipates. And everyone around me takes like a certain amount of damage. And if they die, they get raised up as a zombie. So I couldn't do it with y'all around me, but y'all are such good friends and adventuring buddies that you guys were like, we can't leave Corn by himself. And I appreciate that. But I was like, God, I cannot do anything.
I don't know if you know the meaning of that word, because it definitely does not sound like you appreciate it at this juncture.
I am very appreciative. Because I'm glad it turned out well. The mirror image and remembering that I can do an action to disengage really helped.
Yeah.
I also have to say, the way that I killed Cephas
That was crazy.
was the most amazing thing ever.
It was pretty cool.
I have to admit, I'm very jealous that you got that one.
Yeah.
I feel bad because Frederick had literally no tie to Cephas whatsoever, and yet I got the most epic kill on him. And I'm like, I feel like someone else should have got it, but come on, that was such a cool
No, it was
moment.
really cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Because I wanna like go back through your stream and just I wanna see the moment the excitement hit me.
Right.
Because it was like everybody was sitting there talking and I was immediately like, oh, there's a shove action. Give me a minute. And I started doing research and I was like, okay, I could do this, and this, and just obliterate him. So.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was pretty cool.
Because
I was like-
my plan was to like shove him into the dawn and at least stun him, so that if I didn't kill him that turn,
Yeah.
it most likely would have killed him next turn with the Dawn.
Yeah, the Dawn was very strong.
Yes, it was. Thank you. That was great.
Talk Boy, he says, I got on after the Cephas fight. What happened? Essentially, the whole fight started with Cephas and this army, and there was a little bit of exchanging of words before the battle began. The battle begins, and there's this long fight where the group is fighting like tons of these Warforged and captains, and about halfway through the fight, this bone dragon shows up and starts to create havoc, essentially. And basically, Frederick kind of gets into this position to basically one-on-one Cephas, and they kind of go back and forth a few times before Frederick eventually... I guess I need to rewind a little further. Rand Warren actually created this spell called Dawn, right? It's just Ward of Dawn.
No, it's just Dawn.
It's just Dawn.
Yeah.
It's just Dawn, and it does this incredible damage. After they have to make a Constitution save, and if they succeed or fail, they take damage. Succeeds just half damage, and it's this huge radius that it just covers a huge amount of the field, and it covered. They were using it to tactically destroy their enemies, and Cephas was 5 feet away from it, and he was fighting Frederick, and Frederick kind of turns around and pushes him into the Dawn, and then hits him with his rope dart a couple times, and knees him in the face, and then Dawn activates at the end of Cephas's turn, and it turns him into ash. So. And then the rest of the battle, I mean, they fought the Bone Dragon after that, and the Bone Dragon did some scary stuff. And Ran was kind of getting to a point where the party kind of thought maybe he was like going into for a sacrifice, kind of maybe. We don't really know.
I had a combo in mind where I was going to not let Dawn hit me again. If I survived the next round of attacks, I was going to drop Dawn. And then I was going to immediately cast a 4th level Spiritual Guardians and drop that right there on him, because that was going to be an instantaneous another 3 or 4 d8 of radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just literally trying to find a way to max damage as much as possible from the end of his next turn to the beginning, so that we'd at least be in a position to run if necessary, or I don't know.
Yeah, they took care of everything after the leaders all died and the Bone Dragon was killed. Mostly the rest of the guys, they kind of surrendered, and there was one that kind of didn't. He seemed hostile, and they took care of him very quickly. And
leave. Woo! Double team that.
And the Bone Dragon also killed the Metallic Dragon, or at least made it look like it did. It shot a giant, basically the energy that he used against Leaf Sunny and one of the Warforged. He used that against the Metallic Dragon, which seemed to take it down. So there was also that. It's kind of
sadly have to run. Y'all keep talking. I sadly have to run.
Okay.
All right, man.
I'm also
Thank you,
getting
Rob.
very tired, so
Bye,
I might
guys.
bounce out here.
Yeah, for sure, guys.
Bye, chat. See y'all next time. To Nat's
Bye,
chat.
everybody.
I don't have a chat. Nat's chat.
Yeah, thank you guys
I
so
love you,
much.
Rob.